How softly does the dust settle on a 1,000-year-old path? Can you hear the whisper of rice stalks swaying under the evening wind feel? The coolness spreading across the worn floor of baked earth. The sun is not a searing fire now, it is a deep amber. Glow staining the western horizon, a golden powder settles on the skin of the evening sky. We move slow here, slow. As the flow of the Ganges after the monsoon heat has passed, the world is quieting. Great turning wheel of the daylight hours ceases. Its grinding sound hush, let your own heart settle into that deep deceleration. Let the sounds of your modern moment become distant echoes. We are drifting backward into a profoundly peaceful obscurity, a sleep-cloaked journey to the past. Welcome tired. Heart, I am Nasrullah, and I'm here to guide you far away beyond the edge of your day-to-day world tonight. We seek the deepest, most restful corners of history. We seek the silent life. The life that was not written on copper plates or royal edicts, but etched into the patient routine of the common year. Tonight, we drift back to ancient India, to the heart of the Gupta age, the golden age many call it, but we will ignore the gold. We look for the gray, the soft, repetitive gray of true peace, the boring, beautiful, sleep-inducing gray. The era is the 5th century. The land is Aryavate, heartland of a vast, slow-moving empire, but you are not in the bustling court of the great king. You are merely standing on the perimeter of a small village. We shall call it Shantipura village, of Pishanti meaning Restpura, meaning place, a fitting name for our slow journey. Time is just after the Pradoshakala, precise moment when twilight meets the deep shade. The time when the gods are traditionally expected to rest. The animals are settling into their long, quiet pause. Buffalo breath steams lightly in the cooling air of the Kalpan. Their massive bodies are silhouettes against the last light. The day worker Gopala now finishes washing his feet by the well curb. Water runs cold over the callous skin, a simple sound, the splash of water on ancient stone. Only monument to his hard day's labor is the sound of completion, the sound of duty done. Now only deep sleep awaits. The path beneath your sandals is dust-packed hard. It has been cloaked in the shadow of the banyan tree for centuries. Its roots writhe across the ground like sleeping serpents. The stone foundation of the nearest hut is truly ancient stone, its surface etched with the passage of endless generations of hands and bare feet. Inside the homes, the light is hushed. It is not the sharp, cruel light of the modern age. It is soft, oily glow. The small lamps are filled with ghee-clarified butter, offering a flickering ember warmth. They cast long dancing shadows onto the thatched roof, shadows that stretch and shrink with hypnotic rhythm. The air itself feels dense and velvety. It is humid with the day's retained heat, and scented deeply with wood smoke and roasting lentils. A profoundly earthy smell of security, smell of home. The slow preparation for the deepest of the night is underway. Urgency dictates these motions. Everything is deliberate. Everything is repetitive. Let us watch this process of settling. The family unit is small, mother, father too. Children, they live within the single enclosure. The floor must be swept once more. A final ritual of purification before the long rest begins. A broom made of stiff palm fibers shushes across the clay floor. Shush, 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 shush. That promises order, a sound that promises tomorrow. The sleeping mats are unrolled slowly. Their simple woven grass called darbnat, luxurious silk brocade, but cool against the skin, offering a familiar cradle for the tired body. They arrange themselves side by side in a neat row. This spatial organization is important is a tiny geometric pattern of domestic peace. The father ensures the outer door is secured with a simple wooden bar. No complex locks are needed here only. The weight of the wood, a symbolic barrier against the outer wilderness. The village dogs bark once, then fall silent. Their duty is complete until the rising of the deep midnight moon. And the youngest child breathes deeply, already sinking into the dark sleep. Sleep comes easily in Shantipura. Is earned. Honestly, it is accepted gratefully. The mother checks the fire pit one final tima. Handful of ash is scattered gently over the remaining coals, smothering the heat slowly, preserving the ember for the morning light. The ember is a tiny, dull red eye watching over the sleeping family. It is hope stored safely for the coming dawn. We stand outside watching the quiet happen. We are observers, only we. Do not disturb the flow of the ancient night. The sky above us is an immense dome of deep indigo, not yet black, but darkening towards the absolute stillness. The stars begin to prick through the high atmosphere, distant, relentless, cold light. The celestial sphere turning slowly above the Indian subcontinent. The scholars of the Gupta era measured this movement. With profound accuracy, they understood the vastness of the cosmos, but the common man, Gopala, merely uses the moon to mark the passage of the month. The moon tonight is thin, a pale fingernail resting high above the tallest palm tree. Offers just enough silver to trace the edges of the sleeping village. The only sound now is the sound of insects, a constant, high-pitched thrumming. Chorus of cicadas and crickets singing the song of the moist earth is the sound of life, continuing without human interference. Natural hypnotic drone, you sink deeper into the silence within that sound. The air grows cooler now. Soft mist begins to rise from the nearby irrigation ditch. Snakes through the rice fields. A low white blanket of vaporous peace. This is the breath of the land exhaling after the heat of the day. We move slowly down the main path. The path is empty now. Small market stalls have been dismantled, their wares stored safely within the huts. Only the smell of turmeric and dried ginger lingers faintly. On the air, the scent is a ghost of the day's activity. We pass the large tank or pond of a village water source. Its surface is perfectly still, reflecting the dim stars like scattered diamonds. A solitary crane stands motionless at the edge of the waterway. Statue of patience waiting for the first slight disturbance, its stillness mirrors the complete peace we seek. The ancient stone steps leading down to the water are worn smooth. Thousands of women have stood there balancing clay pots, but now they are deserted, cool and damp under the night air. The concept of time has dissolved here. There are no rushing schedules, only the slow cycle of planting and harvest of light and shadow. Routine of the Gupta peasant was his salvation. It was the foundation of his quiet dignity. The predictability of the year was his comfort. The predictable setting of the sun was his release. Each evening brought this exact same profound hush, this perfect slow transition into forgetfulness. This repetition is the lullaby of history. We are simply recording the slow beat of an ordinary heart that beat 1500 years ago. Slow, persistent thud that matches your own resting pulse. In this age, prosperity meant not wealth, but stability. Knowing that the millet crop would yield, knowing that the monsoon would arrive, knowing that tomorrow the sun would rise exactly as expected. The deep certainty of continuity is the opposite of anxiety. It is the bedrock of sleep. Let us rest near the low wall of sun-dried brick. The clay still holds a slight warmth against your back. Feel the density of the earth beneath you. This place has been settled without change for many lifetimes. Rhythm of life here resists disruption. It resists the drama of kings and the noise of battles. We are safe here within the ordinary. We are protected by the mundane. The small sounds of the deep night are now unfolding. A distant owl hoots, once a soft melancholy call. The sound travels a great distance through the clear, still air. A tiny click as the sleeping mat shifts inside the nearest dwelling. The soft exhale of a deep sleeper settling further into their dreams. These are the intimate sounds of true repose, the sounds that mean the village is safe and deeply asleep. We will watch over Shantipura through this long, slow night. We will observe the way the shadows shift as the moon climbs higher. We will note the precise moment the crickets cease their song and the air becomes truly silent. We will explore the quiet weight of the Gupta Golden Age tomorrow, when the earliest light begins to touch the eastern sky. But for now, there's only the slow drift, the hypnotic thrum, the complete absence of punctuation, the long, long peace rest well under the protection of ancient stone. We begin our long observation. Now we begin our slow immersion into the deepest night of Shantipura. Let the velvet darkness draw you completely and let the quiet seep into your bones. This stillness is your haven now. We wait here for the slow arrival. Dawn and moving, unhurried, completely at peace. The silence deepens now. A hush descends across the world, beyond your closed eyelids. Let The breath lengthen itself, a slow, cool tide of air entering and leaving your weary body. Feel the gentle gravity of the night pulling you down into the softness beneath you, weightless surrender to the deep, dark currents of time. I am Nasrullah, and tonight we wander far from the frantic rush of now. We seek the quietude of a golden age long settled into dust and memory. Gupta Empire awaits our silent observation, a time of deep scholarship and profound stillness. Close your eyes a little tighter now, and let the slow story unfold. The air is heavy cloaked in the scent of aged clay and cooling smoke from morning fires. We stand on the threshold of a village called Kumardeva, small cluster of dwellings beneath the watchful eye of Vindhyan hills. The hour is the very cusp of dawn, when the sky bleeds a dilute shade of saffron and gray. No harsh sounds here disturb the profound quietude, only the distant murmur of the river Ganga seeking the sea feel, the cool fine dust between your invisible toes. The earth beneath this ancient place is packed hard. We notice the specific quality of the Gupta light is deep golden, not harsh yellow, saturated with the rich ochre dust of the plains. Light that seems to penetrate and soften every surface it touches, the feeling of being bathed in this slow historic. Illumination is deeply restful. It suggests that nothing here must be rushed. Everything will proceed in its own due time. We turn our attention to the immediate surroundings of the village center. The Gurukul students are stirring out. Young boys ranging in age from 7 to perhaps 15, they emerge slowly from a long, low building constructed of smooth river pebbles. Their clothes are freshly washed, saffron-colored robes, draped simply and tied with thin cotton cords. Their hair is shaved or worn long and tied back severely. Their faces are still sleepy, reflective of the deep sleep of youth. They move with a characteristic quiet, discipline trained. From their earliest years in the value of silence and order, they gather around a shallow pool of water lined with large flat stones, a place for the ritual cleaning that precedes a long day of study. Sound of the water lapping gently as they perform their ablutions is soft and liquid, a calming counterpoint to the dry sounds of the earth. Hands move gracefully, splashing the cool water onto their faces, and arms momentary burst of energy quickly followed by serene composure. They begin their recitation, now not chanting loudly, but whispering the verses in low measured tones. The sound is a deep soothing drone. The Sanskrit verses about grammar or mathematics or perhaps the cycles of the moon. Words are ancient, powerful syllables forming a continuous curtain of sound. The drone seems to come not just from their mouths, but from the very ancient stone beneath their feet. Is the slow heartbeat of this academic golden age, the steady rhythm of intellectual pursuit. The knowledge here is revered, seen not as a tool for conquest, but as a path to inner illumination, the deep structure of reality revealed through logic and language. We feel the intellectual rigor contained within the soft murmuring, a profound calm born from the clarity of ordered thought. The students sit in perfect rows on mats spread across the smooth earth facing. Their elderly teacher, who sits slightly elevated on a low wooden stool. The teacher is frail, his shoulders slightly stooped, but his eyes hold the keen, sharp light of centuries of learning. He corrects them not with sharp tones, but with barely audible whispers, guiding them gently back to the precise path of the sacred text. The air around them is thick with concentration, but not the strained concentration of effort, rather the deep, calm attention of meditative study. We drift closer to hear the specific sounds of the classroom, the soft scraping of a reed pen against a birch bark scroll. Sound is delicate, papery thin, and ephemeral, a contrast to the weighty permanence of the stone structures. The ink they use is made from soot natural gums black. Against the pale fibrous surface, the script is graceful and flowing, perfected over generations. We watch the formation of the letters, each curve and line, drawn with perfect discipline, the tangible evidence of preserved knowledge. This is the silent engine of the Gupta peace, not weapons or armies, but the quiet certainty of written thought. We look up at the morning sky. The haze has burned off, leaving a high, clean, cerulean expanse. The heat is beginning to assert itself, driving the shadows shorter and sharper. The scent of dust is stronger, now stirred up by the movement of people beginning their routine tasks. cart begins its slow passage down the main track pulled by a single slow-moving ox. The wheels are solid wood thick and rimmed with iron there. Rotation is a steady, heavy sound, a low, continuous rumble that vibrates slightly through the packed earth. The sound takes a long time to pass, a slow-moving wave of auditory presence. It does not rush, it simply arrives, moves, and recedes, leaving the profound silence intact in its wake. We notice the quality of the sunlight on the thatched roofs. It makes the dry reeds glow with a pale bleached gold. The light rests heavily upon the surfaces, giving everything a tactile weight and solidity. The stillness is not empty, it is filled with the deep, subtle sounds of life, lived slowly and deliberately. The hum of the atmosphere itself. The gentle friction of wind against stone. The distant cry of a solitary bird circling high above the fields. We settle into the quiet drone of the Gurukul, letting the gentle repetition of the Sanskrit verses wash over us. The language is rhythmic, hypnotic, ancient. It speaks of order and cosmic harmony. Deep, reassuring understanding of the structure of the universe. Allow that rhythm to synchronize with your own slowing breath. Inhale the cool air of this ancient morning. Exhale the last remnants of the modern urgency. Are rooted here now in the slow, profound soil of the Gupta age, safe within the walls of this quiet learning. Weight of the time period presses gently but securely, a steady anchor in the restless sea of consciousness. Sun climbs higher, casting the entire scene in a blanket of warm amber light, a timeless photograph rendered in deep muted color. Sensation of deep rest begins here. In the absolute certainty of the quiet turning of the world, we are still waiting for the day to truly unfold. Observing the slowness of the life that defined the golden era, we will wait here together in the shade of the ancient people tree, listening to the soft, continuous whisper of the verses, letting the quiet history settle you further down deep into the necessary and absolute peace of sleep. The movement here is subtle, minimal, deliberate, a final surrender to the quiet truth of time. We rest now in the profound golden hush, sleep now deeply, and without effort. We will stay here watching the silent village breathe, waiting for the afternoon shadows to lengthen once more. We remain suspended in this perfect moment of stillness. The deep history guide your descent, sink now down through the hushed blue hour where the light itself begins to dissolve. Atmosphere thickens into a slow, heavy quietudia blanket woven from midnight silk and ancient dust. Feel the anchor of the day releasing its grip. Watch the colors of your world soften and bleed into shadow. You are floating now on the surface of stillness, a boundless ocean of calm stretching far beyond the horizon. Air grows cooler, drawing the tension from your shoulders, freezing the tiny knots held tight within the muscles of your neck. Allow your breath to deepen, a gentle, steady tide rising and falling with effortless grace. Each exhale is a silent surrender, a whispered farewell to the thoughts that tried to cling to the gale. Let them drift away like smoke above water unseen, unheard, unimportant. The journey inwards has begun, and the only compass you need is the gentle rhythm of your own slow heart here. The echo of that rhythm, a slow, steady drum beat against the vast architecture of time itself. It is safe here. It is profoundly quiet here. Welcome home to the deepest of your own rest. Nasrullah, tonight we turn our gaze toward the golden sweep of the Egyptian desert, where silence holds secrets older than recorded language. Tonight we begin the story of the cryptographer's chamber. The sun has long set behind the western ridge, leaving the dunes cloaked in a velvet blackness. The desert breathes a deep, cold sigh. The stars above the plateau burn with a sharp glacial fire. Imagine the immense weight of the sand, muffled, heavy, slow beneath. U.S. lies the necropolis, the city of the eternal sleepers. Descend not into the celebrated tombs of kings, but into the forgotten architecture of the scribes. The entry point is a slit in the limestone near the Sphinx's great Pawa gap, concealed for millennia. Beneath the shifting amber tide, we move slowly through a passage cut precisely into the bedrock. The air is dry, brittle, and profoundly still. It smells of natron and dried cedarwood, a scent that whispers of centuries untouched. The walls around us are solid, ancient, stone-aged, with nothing but the geometry of their construction. No hieroglyphs, no painted scenes, no warning. This tunnel leads only toward deep, profound silence and the archive meant to disappear entirely from memory. the tunnel opens finally into a low-ceiling vault. It is not grand, it is austere. Only light source is the small lamp we carry, casting long dancing shadows that swallow the corners. Of the room in this vault lived Khepri. He was not a priest, nor a vizier, nor a soldier of the pharaoh. Khepri was simply a man who wrote. He was the royal cryptographer of the 18th dynasty. His duty was the preservation of information too dangerous for general knowledge. His ink was ground hematite. His papyrus was prepared with exquisite care. His sole companion was the cold, steady knowledge that he held the keys to forgotten worlds. Khepri did not write the history that was placed upon the temples. He wrote the history that was deliberately removed from them. He documented the things that refused to fit the official narrative of the divine monarchy, secrets of the Nile's shifting course over 10,000-year secrets of celestial movements that defied their known astronomy, secrets whispered from earlier forgotten dynasties. He lived for 30 years in this very chamber. His life measured only by the careful unfolding of his scrolls. He was sealed here by commandant when his life was complete. He was sealed here, for Khepri worked on a great tiered stone table still standing heavy and immovable in the center of the room. The surface is worn smooth by the constant pressure of forearms resting. The very stone seems imbued with the weight of countless observations recorded in the silent dark. Our lamp beam sweeps across the tableau, illuminating a small, heavy leather-bound volume at rests where Khepri must have left it on the evening he finished his final task. This is not papyrus, but fine tanned gazelle Hidia, rare luxury reserved only for the most crucial documents. It is the Book of the Shadowed Horizon. The cover is held shut by a single thick cord of twisted linen, untouched, unbroken since the moment it was tied. We do not open it yet. Observe the care with which it was stored, the immense effort taken to ensure its permanence. Khepri's most important work focused on the years before the Great Flood that shaped their memory, time they called Zep-Tepi the first time. He sought to chronicle the true extent of the structures already buried beneath the sand when their own kingdom began. He wrote of the elder Stonia, type of granite that resisted their finest tools, a stone used in construction thousands of years before the pharaohs ruled. He chronicled the strange, perfect symmetry of certain carvings found beneath the desert floor, geometric patterns that seemed to mimic the slow turn of the firmament above, patterns that spoke of a science they no longer understood. As we drift closer to the stone table, air temperature drops sharply. A pocket of unnatural cold within the surrounding stability is the cold that comes from immense depth and stillness. The lamp flickers, briefly catching a reflection on something metallic nestled beside the bucket. Is a thin sheet of electrum, natural alloy of gold and silver etched, not with figures or words, but with a complex diagram. The diagram depicts a mechanism of interlocking cogs and wheels. It is a mechanism too complex, too precise for the tools known to be used in Khepri's lifetime. It seems to be a drawing of a device meant to map something, not the constellations they knew, but perhaps something deeper within the celestial sphere, something hidden by the sun's glare, by the limits of the human. I imagine the silent intensity of Khepri's focus writing and this profound subterranean vault, knowing that his only audience was the deep future. His knowledge was not meant to elevate the living, it was meant only to inform those who would later stumble upon the truth. A quiet warning across the millennia. He records the discovery of the whispering, while a shaft sunk far below the water table, which emitted strange, sustained, harmonic tones that seemed too perfectly pitched to be natural geological sounds. He details how the priests of the time were forbidden to approach it, fearing it was the voice of a god they had forgotten how to appease. But Khepri approaches it as a scientist, notes that the sound frequency shifts slightly with the phases of the moon. He suspects a massive cavity far beneath the Valley Flora subterranean space, larger than any chamber they had ever excavated. He drew schematics of the well meticulously, mapping the echoes within the blackness, searching for the source of the sustained metallic resonance. He wrote in his scroll of the fear that gripped the Korth. Fear not of invasion or famine, but the terrifying realization that they were not the first great civilization, that they were merely the inheritors of ruins constructed by architects far more capable than they could ever aspire to build. Your mind settle now on that thought, immense silence of that buried structure. the pressure of the earth above it pressing down for thousands of years. And yet this sound persists, a low hum transmitted through the deep bedrock. We lean closer to the tiered stone table. The electrum diagram catches the light one last time, revealing a final detail. We had missed the center of the elaborate gear system is marked with a circling. Within that circle are 3 carefully drawn dots. They are spaced precisely. Apart, they look disturbingly like the 3 great pyramids above us. If the celestial mechanism depicted was intended to interact directly with the structures on the surface, last written lines on a discarded shard of limestone detail his final observation. He had noticed a faint vibration in the chamber. For not the distant rumble of an earthquake, but a slow, deliberate internal movement. He wrote that the elder stone was reacting, felt that the ancient structure itself was beginning to adjust, a profound, slow shift of unseen mechanisms far beneath the sands. He wrote, simply I hear the gears turning, and the sound is coming not from the sky, but from the deepest of the earth below the Sphinx. We leave the lamp resting gently upon the cryptographer's stone and let our awareness drift slowly away from the chamber's chill move. Back now, through the quiet passage up toward the surface, toward the cool night air. The desert sleeps profoundly, but somewhere beneath the weight of the sand in the deepest unmapped bedrock, perfect geometric mechanism drawn on the electrum continues its slow, deliberate rotation, waiting for the precise moment of element, awaiting the moment when the elder stone will cease its adjustment and begin to awaken something vast and profoundly cold that has been sleeping for 10,000 years. Sleep now drift into that deep geometric rhythm where the secrets of the sands are slowly revealed, where the stillness of the night holds the sound of subterranean movement, and we will continue our descent into the whispering well-in that follows this deep rest. Sleep now sleep. Air still held the profound coolness of the deep night, residue of darkness clinging to the broad leaves of the peepal tree. The velvet drape drawn tightly across the sleeping lamb. Silence was merely a deception, a surface tension, easily broken by the slow, patient workings of the world. Hushed rustlings began near the village water tank, the clatter of a small brass vessel against ancient stone, the soft sound that echoed the very structure of domestic life. Not the grand clamor of Pataliputra, but the tiny, steady drone of continuity. Within a simple dwelling of baked mud and straw, the first motions of morning began. Slow, steady rhythm of the stone quern turning a low, intimate drone that spoke only of grain and toil. The grinding of the wheat into flour, the essential labor that underpinned every empire, every golden age. The woman of the house rose without light, her hands moving through the air with a perfect familiarity, her routine etched into the very framework of the hours before. The saffron light before the cawing of the crows, before the priests began their mantras. There was this quiet duty, this primal meeting with the hunger of the Daya. Fragile streak of pale amber appeared on the eastern horizon, kissing the dew that collected on the tightly woven thatch roofs, each dwelling cloaked in the fading shadows. It had guarded all night long. Smoke from the small kitchen fire rose, a thin silver plume smelling faintly of dried wood and damp earth. It mingled briefly with the chill morning mist, then vanished upwards towards the infinite clear sky. She knelt, stirring the simmering lentil pot over the slow, steady flames, the fire providing not just warmth or sustenance, but a tiny point of focus, a mesmerizing glow of ochre and orange reflecting in the dark corner of the room. The Gupta golden age was not known by its gold coins in this immediate small space. It was measured only by the reliable rising of the sun, the consistent heat beneath the cooking vessel. The ancient wisdom of Surya, the sun god, translated into the reality of a modest breakfast, a timeless cycle impervious to the changes of emperors or distant military decrees. The mats upon which they had slept were now rolled and stacked neatly. Floor swept clean with slow, deliberate strokes of a natural broom. The sense of order and intrinsic necessity, a gentle prayer, whispered through labor outside the simple lattice window. The world was gaining texture, the dark, amorphous shapes resolving themselves into specific familiar forms. The thick trunk of the mango tree, the low wall surrounding the courtyard, the tethered cow beginning its low, gentle sigh, the cow itself a walking blessing, a soft repository of milk and quietness. Children began to wake their whispers like the dry rustle of old palm leaves, not yet crying, not yet demanding, but simply acknowledging the Arrival of the new morning, their dreams retreating like the nocturnal shadows pulled back by the inevitable light. Farmer led his pair of sleepy oxen down the nearby rutted path, their heavy breathing a counterpoint to the distant, faintly heard sound of temple bells. The bells were deep and muted, weighted by the distance and the thickness of the humid air. They spoke of ritual and devotion, the framework of Dharma that contained the restless human spirit. The dust motes began their brief, delicate dance in the shafts of approaching amber illumination. They moved and swirled in the slant of the light, filtering through the tiny window opening. Millions of microscopic worlds illuminated for a fraction of a breath, then sinking back into the darkness, was the profound reality of the Golden Age. Not the sculpted friezes of Deogar, not the grand astronomical calculation of Ariabato. The weight of the water pot, the comforting weight of the sleeping infant, the soft weight of the rising dew. Village lane slowly filled with the sound of bare feet on cool earth. Not the frantic, hurried pace of a modern city, but a languid, gentle movement people, progressing slowly towards the well or the riverbank wrapped loosely in simple, unstitched cotton cloth. The rhythm dictated by the sun and the slow biological necessity of ablution and cleansing. The concept of time here was elastic, almost circular each day, a repetition of the perfect pattern set down by the ancient texts. The pursuit of pleasure, of purpose, of wealth, all secondary to the deep, satisfying sleep of the previous night and the preparation for the sleep of the night to come out. Small vendor began setting out his wares near the intersection of the two main footpaths, scattering of fresh vegetables, root crops, ginger, turmeric, brightly colored and fragrant. His voice a low, pleasant murmur praising the freshness of his produce, not shouting or demanding attention, but simply presenting what the earth had given, a gentle commerce, supported by the simple currency of the silver punch-marked coins, small enough to fit into the palm of the hand, cool and smooth to the touch. The scent of cooking oil began to rise above the smoke she was preparing. The day's flatbreads slapping the dough onto the hot iron plate. Quick hiss, a rapid softening, the transformation from paste to sustenance. Smell of warm wheat, a deeply ancient and comforting aroma that transcends all epochs imagined sinking into that scent, allowing it to permeate your awareness. The smell of safety, the smell of belonging, the smell of food that is reliably there. Sounds of the grinding stone now receded, becoming only a memory of sound, replaced by the faint lowing of the oxen and the distant call of a solitary heron, taking flight, its wings beating a slow, deliberate rhythm across the waterlogged fields. The fields themselves were green and lush testimony to the organized irrigation systems, the careful storage of the monsoon waters, the quiet engineering that allowed civilization to flourish. The farmer who owned those fields was now squatting beside his doorway, tracing patterns in the dirt with a slender stick, thinking not about profit or loss or expansion, but about the specific angle of the sun and the quality of the soil moisture, the immediate physical realities that governed his existence. His hands rough from years of planting and harvesting, the deep lines etched into his skin lines that tell stories more profound than any royal inscription, stories of patience, of waiting, of the profound connection between man and earth. Quiet understanding that nothing truly fast or truly sudden is truly good. Everything worthwhile takes slow growth, sustained effort, gentle nurturing. The concept of impatience had not yet been truly invented. Here only the patient, reliable progress of the seasons. The slow crawl of the constellations across the night sky. The dust stirred by the passing feet now hung suspended in the pale golden air, a haze of sunlit particles catching the warmth of the nascent morning air. Was a beautiful dust, a dust that smelled of dry spice and warming stone, a dust that settled slowly, smoothly, silently, covering everything with a fine layer of history. This was the core of the Gupta serenity. Absence of noise, the absence of haste, the acceptance of the small scale of life. Knowledge that greatness is often found not in the shouting of the victorious generals, but in the quiet, steady movement of the devoted heart, the gentle cleaning of the threshold, the offering of the first water to the household, shrine, the placing of the fresh flower upon the small clay deity. These tiny rituals were the real foundation of the empire stronger Then the fortifications stronger than the army, stronger than the treasury itself, because they ensured the peace within the home. And peace within the home means quiet sleep at night, and quiet sleep at night means the promise of a quiet day to follow. Linger here in the warming light, allowing the sounds of the village to become our own internal rhythm. The soft thud of the rice being pounded in the courtyard. Mortar the low, unintelligible but soothing murmur of the neighbors exchanging greetings. Metallic clang of the blacksmith, perhaps already beginning his early work forging. A simple plowshare or mending a broken wheel rim, the smoke from his charcoal fire, thick and pungent, a different smell entirely, reminder that skill and craft were highly valued here, that the artisan held a place of honor, a specialist serving the continuity of the community. Sun was now fully above the horizon, its light no longer amber but pure white and brilliant, already promising the heat of midday. Shadows shrank, retreating close to the walls and foundations. The world was entirely awake, entirely exposed, entirely ready for its slow, peaceful progress. Morning meal was being eaten now in the cool interior of the home, simple fare of flatbread. Lentils and maybe a little preserved pickle, a meal intended not to excite, but to sustain, to provide the slow-burning energy needed for field work or study or the quiet contemplation that was so highly valued. We settle ourselves deeper into this feeling of sustained quietude. Realization that the most fascinating stories are often the ones that are never told, the stories of the ordinary man and woman living there, lives under the long shadow of the great empires, their silent strength. Ensuring the world kept turning, the world turning slowly, reliably, endlessly towards the next quiet evening, and the eventual return to the deep, profound sleep we seek. The day is now begun, the routine established, the silence fully broken, but the deep, hypnotic atmosphere remains cloaked around the village like the morning mist, and we will follow the farmer now as he makes his way out to the soft, rich earth to understand the mathematics of his field and the philosophy of the seed. But for now, we rest here in the doorway, observing the receding haze of the dawn, allowing the gentle energy of this ancient, quiet moment to settle over us, leading you deeper still into the forgotten serenity of the Gupta age, the simple peace of a well-lived, unhurried morning, the steady breath, the quiet heart, the deep, slow drift toward perfect restand, the turning of wooden cartwheels. Silence that followed the crowing of the first distant rooster was a heavy, deep silence. It settled over the flat, wide plains of Magadha like a blanket woven from the darkest midnight indigo. The air was still cool, holding the faint dampness of the Ganges mist, which had not yet fully relinquished its hold on the world. Single thread of wood smoke began to ascend from a clay hearth far away, a pale silver ghost rising into the dark dome of the pre-dawn sky. It was the smoke of dried cow dung, slow burning and deeply aromatic, carrying the scent of earth and the residue of the previous day's simple meal. The ancient village still slept, enveloped in the profound quietude of centuries. This was the Gupta moment, a time not of sudden thunder, but of slow, steady accumulation of knowledge and peace. The golden age felt less like gold and more like the rich, dark, fertile soil after the monsoon time where the mathematics of nothing to zero had already been perfectly conceptualized, yet life proceeded at the pace of a bullock cart laden with harvested grain. The small window set high in the mud brick wall of the merchant storage house admitted no direct light, only a diffuse, velvety gray luminescence. It softly illuminated the heavy grain sacks stacked against the cool inner wall. These sacks were fashioned from thick hand-spun cotton, slightly rough to the touch, smelling faintly of jute and the dry dust of the warehouse floor. Each sack held the weight of many months of slow agricultural effort. The polished floor beneath them was tamped earth mixed with lime, cool beneath the weight of one's bare feet, a sensation that grounded the waking mind. We listen now, not for any great declaration, but for the almost imperceptible sounds of the domestic sphere beginning its eternal round. There is the faint, dry rustle of a palm leaf fan moved by a sleeping hand, perhaps troubled by a dream of the distant mountains, and the even fainter sound of a lizard's quick, sharp scrabble across the baked roof tile above. The sleep of this age was deep, earned by honest toil beneath a sky mapped, not by superstition, but by precise astronomical calculation. The great astronomers knew the movements of the planets, yet the farmer knew only the time of the plowing, and that shared knowledge of cyclical time united the court and the field in A deep and soothing rhythm. A woman stirs now in the deepest shadow of the courtyard. Her movement is slow, careful, measured, practiced over countless seasons of rising before the sun. Her bare ankles touch the cool stone threshold, which is deeply worn. Into gentle hollows, these indentations are etched not by accident, but by the accumulated steps of 100 lifetimes inhabiting the same space. The stone is ancient stone, quarried long before the name Gupta held any meaning. It speaks silently of the immense weight of historical time pressing down upon this simple present moment. Her garment is unbleached cotton, draped simply over one shoulder, a soothing pale shade. Against the darkness of the morning, she reaches for the brass vessel set. And near the wellhead, the metal is cool, smooth, almost oily beneath her fingers from years of constant use and cleaning it. Holds the residual chill of the earth, where the water sleeps, waiting to be drawn. The well itself is a deep circular mouth, lined with perfectly fitted bricks. The water inside is black until it catches the faint sliver of growing light. Hear the gentle creak of the wooden pulley as the rope begins its slow descent. Sound is soft, high-pitched, a comforting lullaby of necessary. Labor is a sound that has echoed through every dawn in every village across this immense land for 3,000 years. Rope itself is thick woven hemp rough, dry fibrous, offering resistance to the hands that guide it. The weight of the filled vessel pulls it down smoothly, steadily. When the brass pot breaks the surface tension of the water, it creates a quiet, sucking, gulping sound. Sound of refreshment, of immediate vital necessity. She draws the water up slowly, patiently, avoiding any splash, any sudden jarring motion. The rhythmic pulling is a deep somatic meditation, a movement that requires little thought and promotes profound stillness. Cool water is poured into smaller earthenware pitchers set out for the morning routine. These pitchers are made of local red clay baked hard, their surface slightly porous, allowing the water within to remain perpetually cool. Clay body is etched with simple geometric lines, patterns that mean longevity and protection. The scent of wet earth rises from the pitchers, mingling with the sweet, subtle scent of jasmine flowers left drying on a nearby mat. We can almost feel the texture of the air shifting as the temperature begins its imperceptible climb toward the heat of the day. The first true light begins to pierce the eastern horizon, not a fierce gold, but a gentle amber hue. This light catches the droplets of water clinging to the edge of the roof. That each droplet holds the entire immense sky within its tiny, perfect sphere, a moment of fleeting luminescence. Light reveals the texture of the outer wall, which is constructed of sun-dried mud, smooth with a slurry of clay and rice husk. The surface is not perfectly flat, but shows the slight undulations, the faint fingerprints of the builder who smoothed it. Perhaps 6 generations ago, the imperfections are the story of the wall, the record of its slow, quiet existence inside. The courtyard, the process of preparing the first meal begins. It is a slow, rhythmic grind, the sound of stone on stone. The hand quern is a simple, powerful technology. 2 circular stones perfectly fitted together. Upper stone has a handle, a wooden dowel grasped firmly. The dry grains, perhaps wheat or millet, are poured carefully into the central hole. The grinding motion is clockwise, slow, and steady, a repetitive circular movement that hypnotizes the watcher and the doer. Sound is a deep rumbling hiss, a comforting friction, a monotonous drone. That eliminates all need for thought is the sound of time being converted into sustenance. The fine flour spills out around the edges of the quern, a pale, fragrant cloud settling softly on the dark mat placed beneath it is the powder of life, the product of sun and rain and human effort. The air thickens slightly with this dry, starchy fragrance, warm and familiar. Observe the details of the wooden structures, the beams supporting the roof made of teak or sturdy shisham wood. They are darkened by smoke and time, their surface is smoothed by the constant brushing of air and occasional hands. Wood grain is deeply etched, visible almost three-dimensional in the pale light. The weight of the roof rests heavily, yet quietly on these ancient timbers. They hold the structure firm against the wind and the sporadic violence of the tropical rains. But today is a day of deep calm, a gentle morning in the heartland of the empire. Even the distant sounds of the marketplace beginning to stir are muted cushioned by the thickness of the mud walls. We hear the far off ringing of a small brass bell, perhaps marking the opening of a small shrine, dedicated to Ganesha, the remover of obstacles. The sound is pure, clear, resonant, a tiny, perfect note. Against the massive silence, the family cow tethered near the outer wall stirs in her sleep, letting out a deep sigh of bovine contentment. Her hide is thick, short-haired, reddish-brown velvet, warm to the touch. Her heavy breathing is a slow, deep rhythm, a bass note in the emerging symphony of the day. The small dust motes suspended in the incoming shafts of amber light begin to dance slowly, randomly. They are catching the sun's first rays, moving within the confines of the interior air. Each mote is a tiny fragment of the ancient earth, lifted and held, momentarily suspended by the air currents. They represent the impermanence of all things. Beautiful and fleeting, we shift our focus to the work of the scholar, or perhaps the scribe in the corner room. He sits cross-legged on a thick cotton rug. His implements are simple, elegant products of this sophisticated age. A small ceramic ink pot holds black indelible ink made from soot and natural gums. The pale birch bark manuscript lies before him, or perhaps of dried palm leaves trimmed and tied neatly with a cord. The surface of the palm leaf is smooth but slightly stiff, offering a subtle resistance to the stylus. Active writing in this period is a careful, delicate, slow carving. The script is flowing, beautiful Brahmi, each character a small work of art etched meticulously into the fiber. There is no rush, no frenetic urgency, only the slow, methodical transfer of thought onto durable matter. He uses a reed pen or a sharp metal stylus. Its tip finely honed the sound. If we listen closely, is a faint scratching, a whisper against the dry leaf. Is the sound of knowledge being preserved for a future that will itself become history. Might be copying verses from the Mahabharata, or maybe compiling tables of zero and infinity. The great intellectual vigor of the age is captured in this solitary, patient work. The air surrounding him smells faintly of dry paper and the slight metallic tang of the stylus. He is cloaked in the quiet authority of learning, cloaked in the simple dignity of contemplation outside. The window, the shadows are drawing back, retracting into the corners of the world. Sun is beginning its serious ascent, heating the clay surfaces slowly, evenly. The color of the landscape is changing from deep gray to pale ochre to a dusty, muted gold. The deep, cool shade of the courtyard becomes the most desirable place. A haven from the gathering warmth. The water drawn from the well now stands ready for washing the face and rinsing the mouth. It is a ritual of purification and readiness, a symbolic shedding of the nocturnal world. Touch of the cool water on the skin is startling, refreshing, a deep wake-up call to the nervous system. The smooth pebbles lining the drainage channel are wet, dark, glistening in the light. They have been smoothed over millennia by the slow movement of water runoff. Each stone is a tiny relic of the riverbed, a piece of geological history brought into the domestic space. The slow process of drying rice grains begins in a sunlit corner. The grains are spread on large, flat, woven mats laid directly onto the clean earth. They are thin, scattered thinly so the sun can bake out any residual moisture, ensuring long storage. The golden kernels catch the light, reflecting a soft, dry shimmer. If a small bird lands near them, its movement is quick, light, delicate, a fleeting shadow across the wealth of the harvest. We watch the texture of the simple rope used to tie the gate. It is thick, rough, frayed at the ends, a natural, durable fiber, holding the outside world separate from the private sanctuary. Weight of the wood that forms the gate itself is heavy, solid, deeply satisfying. It is wood chosen for its endurance, its resistance to the burrowing insects and the relentless humidity. Everything in this environment speaks of durability, of patience, of slow, calculated wear. The movement of the household now settles into a steady, slow hum of activity. No frantic, hurried movement disturbs the atmosphere. Every action, from sweeping the dirt floor with a stiff broom to folding the sleeping cloths, is done with a quiet efficiency. Broom creates a soft scraping sound, a gentle abrasion of the earth, a removal of the nights dry. The dust is fine, golden, rising briefly, then settling quickly back to the ground. The cycle is constant, the cleaning, the preparing, the slow, deliberate rhythm of the ordinary day. We hear the distant, muffled sound of a cartwheel turning on. Dusty main path is a deeply resonant wooden sound. the weight of the axle protesting slightly with each rotation. The sound fades, slowly receding into the distance, swallowed by the vastness of the plains. It leaves behind only the persistent, gentle chirping of crickets hidden in the low-flowering shrubs. These sounds are the background music of the Gupta Empire, a symphony of the subtle and the constant. They invite the mind to drift, to settle, to recognize the profound peace found in repetition. The slow breathing of the surrounding world begins to match the slow breathing of the sleeper. The air now carries the faint scent of spices being prepared for the midday meal. Turmeric, common coriander pounded slowly with pestle and mortar. The stone mortar is deep, heavy, dark basalt offering resistance. The wooden pestle rises and falls with a measured cadence, a soft thudding beat. The spices release their intense, dry perfume, warming the already rising air. The colors of the materials are rich, muted. Natural ochre red, deep earth brown, the creamy white of the cotton. These colors are restful, ancient pigments derived directly from the landscape itself. They are soft to the eye, never jarring, never demanding attention. The light continues to change, moving slowly, crawling across the courtyard walls, revealing previously hidden fissures and cracks. These small imperfections tell the story of the walls' silent endurance against the changing seasons. They are the gentle evidence of time's quiet. Persistent passing, we allow ourselves to sink deeper into the feeling of this slowness, this profound historical quiet. The golden age was built not on sudden riches, but on the slow, methodical stability of the grain fields and the quiet work done. Under the shade of the mango tree, we trace the outline of a shadow cast by a slender clay lamp kept near the shrine. The lamp is unlit now, but its shape is elegant, perfectly formed, a piece of timeless utility. It reminds us of the velvet dark nights that follow these long, slow days, nights filled with the scent of night-blooming flowers and the distant song of the nightingale. The song of this land is always a lullaby, always a promise of recurrence and gentle stability. The movement of the clouds high above is almost imperceptible. Vast, slow formations of white against the deep blue canvas. They drift lazily across the solar path, occasionally offering a brief, momentary reprieve of shade. The shadow they cast is cool, fleeting, a soft relief. On the baked earth, this vastness of the sky, mirrored by the vastness of the fertile earth, creates a sense of deep comfort, a feeling of being cradled between the immensity of the heavens and the reliability of the soil. Feel the weight of the moment, the simplicity of the architecture, the lack of frantic complexity. Everything is exactly as it needs to be, perfectly adjusted to the needs of the ancient cycle. The sound of the final slow grind of the grain dies away, leaving only the soft, persistent heat of the morning. The focus shifts entirely to the gentle texture of the sun on the skin, warm, soothing, penetrating. The deep breath taken is filled with the scent of dry dust, wet clay, and slow burning wood smoke. We are cloaked in the quietude of this golden age, a silence more profound than any noise. The stones are warm, the shade is deep, the rhythm is eternal rest. Now, in the deep, steady hum of this very ancient Indian morning, a sound that transcends time and invites deep, deep slumber. The slow, deliberate turning of the wheel of the day continues without hurry, without concern. It is a world built on the constant knowledge that tomorrow will arrive just as gently, just as predictably as today. The air grows warmer, heavier, sweetly scented with the promise of the coming afternoon's restful shade. Every texture, every sound, every slow breath is profound invitation to peace drifting. Deeper, deeper into the quiet heart of the ancient land, the quiet heart of the Gupta earth. The shadow of the great ziggurat lay draped across the valley floor, vast black cloak woven from the absence of the Moonalara. Gaze drifted downward toward the foundational blocks of obsidian granite. Each colossal stone bore the faint etching of a forgotten celestial pattern. The symbols were worn smooth by the ceaseless attrition of wind and sand. They whispered of cycles long completed, of stars extinguished by the sweep of millennia. Slow whisper of desert air curled around the cold, massive corner of the structure. The silence here was not an absence of sound, but a profound velvet presence that absorbed all earthly noise, leaving only the rhythmic pulse of the distant dune. Her slender fingers trailed across the rough-hewn surface searching for the fissure. The point where the builders had hidden their own passage from the world. The chill of the millennia seeped through her linen. Sleeve warning of hidden dépassé, scent of dry mineral and pulverized dust. Rose to meet her breath. This feeling of ancient stone beneath her palm was a language without words. Spoke only of persistence and the monumental weight of time itself. 8. Spectral luminescence began to bloom near the base of the tallest buttress. It was not light, but rather the memory of light clinging to the microscopic quartz within the rock. She pressed gently upon the relief where the constellation of the scorpion rested. Her touch was light, precise, the consequence of years studying this. Hidden architecture. With a low sigh of shifting mortar, the subterranean access yielded its dark secreta. Gap appeared between the massive stones, revealing a throat of pure blackness. Staircase of worn limestone spiraled down into the deep sepulchral earth. The steps were deeply dished in the center, indicating countless silent passages taken. Air grew heavy and sweet with the scent of dried cedar. In unbreathing time, she ignited the small lamp she carried, a cage ember of fragile amber light. Darkness swallowed the ambient moonlight, leaving only the immediate halo of her lantern. This meager amber disk revealed the passage walls lined with gilded clay. The gold had faded to a dusty matte, reflecting none of the lamp's tentative glow. She moved with the studied reverence of one entering a dream, not a ruin. Her footsteps were hushed, placed ice, only upon the outer edges of the limestone. The descent was long, spiraling her deeper beneath the bedrock of the desolate plateau. She imagined the weight of the mountain pressing down upon the narrow, winding well ahead. The corridor widened into an enormous circular chamber. The transition was sudden, dramatic, unexpected. In the constrained passage, the ceiling vanished into shadow beyond the reach of her single lamp. This vast space felt less like an excavation and more like a carefully constructed void. The temperature stabilized into a chilling, steady cold, utterly devoid of fluctuation. She raised the lamp higher, hoping to pierce the Empyrean darkness above only. Faint ghost impressions of colossal supporting pillars emerged and vanished. The scale of the hidden room defied the logic of the forgotten builders. Had they engineered such an unsupported dome so deep within the earth? Her eyes adjusted slowly, discerning details in the ambient obscurity. The walls were not carved, but rather sheeted with polished obsidian. They absorbed the light, refusing to give back any reflection or warmth. A low, continuous humming began to resonate deep within the stones beneath her boots. It was a sound below the threshold of hearing, felt only in the deep stillness of the bone. She held her breath, listening to the stone sing its ancient, resonant song. It was a vibration at perfect frequency. A signal, perhaps, or merely the structure breathing. In the absolute center of the silent room rested a single pedestal, polished basalt. It was perfectly square, smooth, utterly unadorned by carving or inscription. It held nothing physical, only a shimmering distortion of the surrounding blackness. The air above the pedestal seemed to ripple as if struck by invisible heat. Alara paused, her breath held by the profound wrongness of the empty display. The basalt seemed to demand an object, a centerpiece, a crowning jewel of the civilization. It offered only the elusive image of absence and refracted void. Then from the ceiling's unfathomable height came a slow echoing sound. It was not the sound of stone falling or the movement of living things. Was the faint distant friction of enormous stone grinding against stone, a profound mechanical operation occurring somewhere far above her reach, a sound that seemed impossibly alive in this deeply buried necropolis. She felt the low resonant hum beneath. Her feet intensified slightly in response, and as the grinding sound ceased, a single minute mode of ethereal blue light detached itself from the ceiling's edge. It was a point of pure sapphire luminescence, no larger than a dewdrop. The light was cold, utterly foreign to the golden hue of her handheld lamp. It began its slow, deliberate drift downward toward the waiting basalt pedestal. Did not fall, it simply floated, guided by an unseen current or force. Alara could only watch the silent approach of that singular floating mystery. She felt a dizzying disorientation as the blue light descended with glacial slowness. Air around it seemed to shimmer, creating soft, nebulous trails in the darkness. It promised a secret far older than the desert. Sand, or the memory of their civilization. A secret that would only unveil itself in the deep-shadowed calm of the next twilight. She waited suspended in the ancient air as the blue light continued its endless descent toward the empty pedestal. Mystery was still unfolding, slow and utterly silent. The chamber held its breath, waiting for the contact. Blue moat hovered just inches above the polished obsidian surface. The air thickened, now almost viscous, with the scent of cooling earth and wood smoke. The lingering warmth of the clay kiln faded into the deep indigo sky. Profound silence settled upon the fields of Magadha. A blanket spun from the finest velvet dark. We sat beside the boundary wall of sundried brick, the ancient stone cool. Against the palm, this hush was the sound of prosperity, the quiet rhythm of a world at peace. Day's hard weight of labor slipped away like water through cupped hands. The evening sounds that remained were subtle, intimate, the whisper of life continuing. A lone golok lowed gently in the distance, dreaming perhaps of lush monsoon grass. Oil lamps, tiny amber stars in the gloom, were being lit across the small settlement. Each flicker of flame was a small affirmation of order, of a steady continuation. Of Dharma, the Gupta Golden Age was etched not in colossal monuments, but in these very routines, resided in the slow preparation of the evening meal, the hushed lessons taught to the young. A simple copper vessel used for water purification caught. The faint moonlight tit reflected the profound depths of the overhead sky, where the astronomers sought the eternal truth. The village elder had paused his slow narrative, allowing the stillness to become the story itself. He watched the smoke rise thin, and straight a silvery gray column ascending toward the high planets. This moment he had gestured subtly with his hand is the true measure of Pataliputra's strength, not the weight of its coins or the sprawl of its trade routes, but this deep secure sleep. The small home dwellings were constructed of materials borrowed directly from the earth, mud, mortar-baked clay tiles, and the sturdy cross beams of local teak wood. They offered a safe haven from the occasional cool night air and the shy nocturnal creatures. The warmth stored within the thick walls during the fierce day now radiated gently outward. Could smell the specific spices carried on the air, turmeric, coriander, and the heavy sweetness of ghee. The women finished grinding the last portions of grain upon the heavy flat millstones. The dull scraping sound, the gura-gura sound, had been the steady bass note of the dusk now. Even that necessary sound subsided, replaced entirely by the slow breath of the evening wind. The children were already tucked into their sleeping mats, simple woven cotton filled with soft straw. Their dreams began in the deep, quiet contemplation of the day's activities. They dreamed of the bustling marketplace, of the merchants arriving with fine silks from distant lands. They dreamed of the complex mathematics. Their fathers studied the elegant zero that changed the world. Idea of nothingness becoming everything, the foundation of precise calculation. The river nearby, the ancient Ganga, moved with an unhurried confidence toward the sea. Its massive flow was a symbol of unending time, of the deep current of history. Its sound was a low thrum, a vibration felt more in the chest than heard with the ear. The water carriers, who had spent the daylight hours hauling the precious liquid, now rested their backs. Their shoulders still bore the phantom weight of the heavy clay pots. They lay still, tracing shapes on the packed earth floor with idle fingers. The craftsman who worked with ivory carefully stored his sharpest carving tools. The slender blades were oiled and wrapped in linen, protecting their fragile edges. His hands, rough from the constant holding of the tools, now felt the smooth relief of rest. He reviewed in his mind the complex geometry required for the next piece, a depiction of Krishna. His art reflected the stability of the empire, the patronage of cultured kings. This golden age allowed the craftsman, mathematician, the farmer to focus on excellence. The looming threat of instability, the chaos known in previous epics, was merely a memory. It was a faded scroll read only by scholars cloistered in the great University of Nalanda. Scholars themselves were now perhaps looking through their carefully polished lenses, staring at the distant nebula, charting the movements of Rahu and Ketu. Their Dedication to celestial observation provided the calendar that governed the farmer's planting. The entire cycle of life hinged upon these precise astronomical calculations. The farmer, knowing exactly when to sow and when to reap, felt deeply connected to the stars. His life was woven into the fabric of the cosmos, a tiny essential thread. He understood the concept of kalpa, the massive scope of cosmic time. His own fleeting existence gained meaning within that immense structure. The air grew perceptibly cooler, drawing the inhabitants further inside their protective walls. Then white moon began its slow ascent across the black dome of the sky. It cast long, shallow shadows that stretched and crawled across the deserted central pathway. Stray dog padded softly by its paws, making no sound on the dusty earth. Its presence was merely a shifting shadow, a movement in the periphery of the deepening gloom. The final embers of the cooking fires glowed briefly, a deep, comforting orange red. They represented the controlled fire necessary for survival, the harnessed energy of the earth. They were the last visual link to the intensity of the departed day. Everything was slowing down, condensing into pure, quiet contemplation. The sounds of sleep began to emerge, the soft sigh, the slow exhalation, the deep breathing of many people resting in unison, the gentle harmony of the village. The elder raised his gaze toward the heavens, studying the patterns of the fixed stars. He murmured ancient names for the constellations, names passed down through millennia. The star Vega, he said without sound, is the pivot around which our world turns, the eternal light guiding the slow movements of the Gupta earth. Feel the stillness, he instructed, his voice barely above a rustle of dry leaves. This quiet is the weight of history, the profound peace earned by generations. Is the velvet. Quiet before the dawn breaks anew, promising another day of ordered work. We are suspended here between the bright intensity of the sun and the absolute black of midnight. A moment held perfectly still, defined by its gentle lack of motion. The mind begins to drift, dissolving the sharp edges of thought and anxiety. The ancient dust of the ground smelt faintly of rain, promised, but not yet. Delivered the anticipation of water. It was a soft hope lingering on the edges of consciousness. Sleep arrived. Now, a welcome heavy cloak woven from silence in the cool night air. The stories of the day melted into the vastness of the darkening. Sky only the steady pulsing of the distant stars remain the tireless keepers of time. Let your own consciousness sink deep into the smooth surface of this historical night rest. Within the secure walls of this golden age, stability, profound comfort of ordinary life unfolds now slowly around you. Soft light of the oil lamp wavers one last time before diminishing. Entirely darkness, complete and total, envelops the ancient landscape only. The vast, unhurried breathing of the sleeping subcontinent continues its deep, slow rhythm rest. Now, rest now, rest now in the deep peace of the Gupta night. The sun had dipped slightly lower now, a heavy orb of melting gold. The terracotta tiles of the rooftop still held the trapped heat of Nuna. Thick ancient warmth radiating slowly into the settling dust. This slow release of the day's energy was the only movement. Visible in the hush, the shadow stretched long and thin across the baked earth floor. Amber residue clinging to the whitewashed walls of the courtyard. A faint scent of jasmine begins to unfurl itself upon the slight evening breeze, the weight of the ancient stone foundation felt profound beneath the feet, each block carefully etched by hands long turned to dust. A continuity of existence held within the rough gray surface. This quiet resistance against the flow of unending time. The air itself becoming softer, smoother, like dark velvet, beginning to pool in the corners. From within the simple home came the rhythmic, gentle thud of a pestle striking mortar. Sound itself a dull, soft, comforting percussion against the gathering silence, perhaps. Rice being husked, perhaps spices being ground to a fine, fragrant powder. This sound is the history of dinner repeating itself endlessly across millennia. The low murmur of voices, a soft Sanskrit dialect weaving through the thick evening air, untroubled by haste or the modern dissonance of urgency. Just the slow, careful exchange of the day's small, unremarkable happenings. The heavy wooden door frame standing sentinel against the outside world, its teak surface worn smooth by the repeated friction. of hands passing through subtle sheen like dark honey reflecting the last vestiges of daylight. The coolness of the well water drawn up slowly in a copper vessel. The slight metallic tang mingling with the earthy smell of the clay pot, a moment of perfect, simple refreshment after the long solar endurance. The darkness now fully cloaked the distant horizon, blurring the edges of the familiar landscape only. The tiny flickering light of an oil lamp beginning its nightly vigil, singular point of warm, fragile illumination against the immensity of the Gupta night sky. Flame, barely breathing, yet casting shadows that dance in slow motion upon the ceiling beams. These wooden beams carefully carved and treated, resisting the dampness, resisting the termites, resisting the relentless pressure of age. They bear the cumulative weight of uncounted nights, just like this one, eh? Profound, steady weight suggesting stability, security, peace. We listen closely to the air, the movement of air across the skin. It carries the distant echo of a cowbell, a lonely, repetitive clunking sound. This sound anchors us to the agrarian heart of this golden age. The simple truth of the earth, turning the seasons, cycling the crops, growing and being harvested. The routine of the river flowing forever toward the sea. Unseen, unheard, but fundamentally present. The quiet certainty of tomorrow morning, bringing the heat and the light. A certainty that breeds a certain profound mental stillness. No great emperors are marching. Here, no sudden declarations shatter the silence. Only the slow, deliberate unspooling of an ordinary evening. Smell of burning ghee becoming stronger now, a rich, nutty fragrance promising warmth and sustenance. Wooden frame of the sleeping cot, prepared with clean, crisp linen, a smooth white surface, inviting true rest and deep surrender. Rough woven blanket placed, folded neatly at the foot of the bed, its texture slightly coarse, but its warmth utterly reliable, a promise of shelter. Further into the deep realization of this persistent, unremarked history, the quiet breathing of a sleeping child, perhaps nearby, a sound so light yet so fundamentally powerful in its implication of continuing life. The floor beneath our bare feet is cool, hard, polished clay. It pulls the last remaining heat from our tired solas, grounding us in the deep earth. The meticulous cleaning done earlier in the day now yields its reward of comfort, a clear mind, a gentle passage toward the deep restorative dark. The faint sound of water still dripping from the unused bucket near the bathing area. Drop falling singly, deliberately marking time with a slow resonant splash drip, drop, an ancient natural metronome guiding us. Away from wakefulness, the simple curve of the clay water pot known as the gadats. Round belly holding the precious liquid, its porous skin, weeping coolness into the room. Marvel of ancient engineering, serving only the most basic human need. Need for simple, clean hydration, felt deeply after a long day of work or study. We consider the feel of the cotton cloth draped across the shoulders, not fine silk reserved for temple ceremonies, but the sturdy, rough-spun kadi, the warp and weft of its fibers speaking silently of the spinning wheel and the village loom. The dedicated, slow effort of the hands that transformed raw fluff into practical necessity. Clothing is the skin of the ordinary citizen of the Gupta age, durable, honest, unpretentious. Cloaked only in the dignity of its utility, the light of the single lamp has mellowed, now sinking lower in its brass container. The pool of oil slowly consumed, fueling this quiet flame. The shadow play upon the walls becomes more dramatic, more elongated. More slow flickering giants stretching across the plaster surface. They sway silently to an unheard rhythm, a dance of light and shadow, preparing for the final dimness, the scent of sandalwood perhaps. A stick burning slowly near a small household shrine, eh? Dry woody perfume that cleanses the air and settles the spirit, eh? Subtle invocation of peace, a gentle request for safe passage through the night. This is not the anxiety of historical drama. This is the profound security of routine, the security of knowing that the cosmos turns steadily above the thatched roof. The stars are beginning to pierce the darkening dome of the sky, invisible moments ago. Now, pinpricks of icy diamond light, the immensity of the known universe unfolding above the silent. subcontinent, the Gupta scholars, astronomers, and mathematicians charting these ancient courses, but for the simple householder, they are simply the guardians of the long night distant steady. Unreachable yet profoundly comforting in their permanence, we focus on the simple texture of the sleeping mat, woven reeds perhaps, or dried grasses. Slight rustle as we shift weight, a dry whispering sound like ancient secrets. It speaks of the ground, the earth, the plant life that sustains this civilization lying. Down upon this simple foundation, we feel the deep rootedness of the Gupta era. Its golden glow was not just in its poetry and its mathematics, but in its quiet, persistent normalcy. The absolute acceptance of the slow pace of life lived well, a profound absence of the frantic need for constant entertainment or distraction. The entertainment is the sound of the wind moving through the broad leaves of the nearby peepal tree. Sustained, sighing whisper, high above the roofline. A natural white noise, soothing, continuous, relentless in its gentleness. Feel the body beginning to sink heavier, deeper into the simple bedding. The muscles relaxing from the day's tasks, whether working the earth or copying manuscripts. The hands that held the tools or the stylus now lie still upon the chest or the stomach there. Temporary rest, a preparation for the renewed labor of the morning sun. The final sounds of the village are fading, retreating. Into the distant periphery, the sharp, distant bark of a stray dog, quickly absorbed by the thick night air. The soft lowing of cattle settled now in their sheltered pens all. The small noises of life submitting themselves to the vast sovereignty of silence. The silence is not empty. It is richly textured with the absence of hurry. It is the silence that defines the deep comfort of the Gupta age. Silence underpinned by stable governance and widespread prosperity, allowing the mind to cease its active churning and simply exist to float upon the current of the cooling air, the air that smells faintly of dust and sweet cow dung fires. The cool edge of a stone mortar still slightly damp from its cleaning. A small object, but carrying the weight of all the meals prepared upon this very ground. The continuity of nourishment, the perpetual cycle of preparation and consumption. The simple necessity of food transformed into an act of sustained devotion. We imagine the smooth, polished surface of a bronze drinking cup set carefully aside, its metal cool to the touch, reflecting the last weak light like a captured moonbeam. The craftsmanship subtle, understated, not boastful, but perfectly effective, serving its purpose across generations without fanfare or sudden change. The quality of the deep breath changes, becoming slower, deeper, more oceanic inhaling. The history exhaling the modern anxiety, deliberate slowing of the internal rhythm, mirroring the slow heart of the ancient land, the heart that beat steadily without the sudden spikes of war or famine that plagued other eras. The golden age was defined by this steady, dependable pulse. The quiet hum of the universe settling around the home like a protective shroud, a feeling of being cloaked. In historical peace, a profound quietude, we rest our awareness upon the feel of the tongue touching the roof of the mouth. Subtle lingering taste of the last meal, perhaps lentils and rice, simmered with simple spices. The deep earthiness of the food reflecting the fertility of the Ganges plain, the bounty that allowed this stability, this opportunity for intellectual blossoming. We visualize the shape of the room in the deep dark, the smooth rounded curve of the clay storage jars holding reserves of grain, the assurance of future meals held within their earthen bodies, the careful storage, the thoughtful preservation, the wisdom of the farmer. Celebrated. This is a civilization built on the knowledge of how to endure, how to store, how to wait patiently. Wooden bed frame creaks merrily as we settle further down, a tiny protest, quickly silenced by the overwhelming weight of sleepiness. The natural materials responding gently to the human presence. The symbiotic relationship between the dwelling and the dweller. In this forgotten era, we are held suspended in this slow movement toward true rest. Mind unwinding the tight knots of thought, allowing them to drift away like smoke, not striving to remember or to analyze, but simply to observe the passing of time, the smooth passage from the light of the day into the deep forgiving dark. The texture of the darkness itself, not frightening, but dense and comforting. like thick velvety protective layer separating us from the urgent demands of the waking world. The subtle shifting sound of the air moving through the dried leaves outside, a papery dry rustle, almost a whisper across the threshold of sleep. Imagine the soft sandy soil immediately outside the dorm throughout the day now, giving up its stored heat to the cool air, the microclimate of the evening settling over this small domestic world. The feeling of being enclosed, safe, undisturbed, deeply cared for by the routines of history. We listen for the sound of the crickets, tiny insistent chorus beginning their nightly performance, biological metronome reinforcing the sense of cyclical time. Their sound is the soundtrack of every ancient village, every slow evening, and every era, an eternal background hum that transcends language and cultural shift. The quiet contemplation of this simple wooden latch upon the door, a basic mechanism of security, beautifully carved, if only with practical purpose. The feeling of the fingers resting upon the wood, sensing the grain, the slight indentations of age, the security offered by this small act of closure, this separation from the wilderness, the deep awareness of the body becoming heavy like ancient stone, sinking downward into the mattress, the earth, the very foundation of the historical moment, the weight of the unhurried centuries pressing gently, soothingly upon the shoulders. This slow descent into the profound stillness of the Gupta night. The quiet understanding that nothing is required of us here save peaceful surrender, the letting go of the need to achieve or to strive or to remember. Just the simple, quiet existence within this historical envelope of calmly. Feel the texture of the air against the closed eyelids. Slightly dry, slightly cool, slightly scented. With wood smoke and sleeping plants, the air itself is a narrative, a whisper of the atmosphere that sustained these ancient lives. Same air that carried the verses of Kalidasa and the equations of Aryabhatta, here now only carrying the simple weight of the cooling humidity. The deep pervasive silence is broken only by the internal sounds of the body, the slow steady beat of the heart, the deep movement of the lungs, these most basic reliable rhythms mirroring the dependability of the Gupta Empire itself, a profound internal peace mirroring the external stability. We rest our attention upon the softness of the earthen floor, the millennia of careful treading smoothing the surface into an almost liquid finish floor that has witnessed countless repetitions of this very moment, the moment of transition from awareness into the deep well of rest, and the shadows are now almost complete, absorbed entirely by the dense blackness. The single oil lamp finally giving its last brief flare before succumbing to the night, leaving behind only the gentle, pervasive glow of the distant stars and the moon, if visible, a total darkness that is restorative, cleansing, total feeling of being utterly covered, totally protected, totally released. The movement of a slow, heavy cloud passing across the face of the distant moon, causing a momentary darkening, then a reappearance of a silver light. Slow oceanic rhythm in the heavens above the simple dwelling, mirroring the slow oceanic rhythm of the breath. Becoming deeper and less frequent, we imagine the cool dampness beginning to creep up from the earth. A subtle shift in temperature that signals the true depth of the night. The world outside paused in a state of suspended animation, waiting patiently for the returning solar energy, the inevitable light of dawn. But for now, the deep comfort of this cool, dark embrace. The quiet resonance of the past, echoing not with conflict, but with slow, continuous industry. The gentle turning of the grinding stone. The simple thud of the loom, the quiet teaching of the guru, all these sounds now internalized, absorbed into the peaceful fabric of the night. Surrender completely to the immense gravity of the earth beneath us. The feeling of being perfectly centered, perfectly supported, utterly motionless. That is the true hallmark of this enduring golden age. And the weight of time itself resting lightly upon the shoulders, not crushing, but comforting. The knowledge that thousands of years ago, in this very place, people slept exactly this, deeply dreaming the simple, steady dreams of farming, family, and quiet worship. We enter now into that ancient shared dream, a dream of enduring simple comfort. Silence is absolute, the darkness complete, the rest profound letting. The senses detach the awareness, drift the body, rest lost in the quiet, persistent heartbeat of the Gupta Empire. Gentle, slow, continuous descent into the deepest, most restorative sleep. The basalt slab had yielded to the silent insistence of unseen. Years, and now the passage lay open, a breath of profoundly cool airson from the deep places of the earth met us at the threshold. It carried the faint ghost scent of copper and dry dust, a perfume of ages untouched. We descended slow, your footsteps muffled. Instantly be the deep velvet of the subterranean floor. Passage was narrow at first, a tunnel, carved through the planet's granite. Bones, darkness here was palpably a heavy cloak woven from pure absence of light. We relied upon the residual shimmer. Fading memory of the outer sun held captive, still within the ancient stone. Feeling of depth was immense at constant pressure, suggesting we were moving beneath mountains, or perhaps beneath the frozen surface of time itself, after what felt like hours. Measured only with slowing rhythm of our own hearts, confined tunnel gave way. The space opened abruptly into a massive subterranean hallowed chamber dedicated wholly to the profound stillness of the forgotten world. It was illuminated by a constant glow, a diffuse, pervasive luminescence that seemed to issue not from a single source, but from the very structure of the earth. This light was the color of aged honey, a deep amber stain upon the towering walls which rose beyond the reach of easy sight. The silence here was absolutely so heavy, it was almost oppressivia, kind of perfect sonic vacuum where even the slightest breath felt sacrilegious. We walked onto a floor of polished obsidian. A dark mirror reflecting the strange ceiling far above massive pillars of igneous rock supported the colossal weight of the architecture. Each column, cloaked in deeply etched glyphs, they were not the familiar symbols of the upper world, but a script of sweeping serpentine forms that seemed to chart the path of shadows and the slow migration of cosmic dust. Glyphs spoke of a deep chronology. Years before the reckoning of the sun, when the great stones were still being shaped by the hands of the first builders, we moved toward the center of the hall, drawn by the insistent pull of the chamber's purpose there, resting upon a raised platform of green porphyry. The sarcophagus, it was not monumental in scale, but possessed an austerity that commanded reverence. Crafted from a single block of dark basalt, it was utterly unadorned save for one single line of silver. Inlay a delicate streak running along its midland like a frozen stream of moonlight. The air surrounding it felt colder still, a zone of absolute zero modion, a place where entropy had stalled. We stood before this silent vessel, resting place of the one they called Nasrullah, chronicler of the sunless hours. His life was etched not on the stone exterior, but whispered by the profound quiet of this unearthly vault. We reached out, hesitant to touch the cold expanse of the lid. It gave off a faint, tremorous, sympathetic vibration that did not originate from any earthly disturbance. It felt like the echo of a very old poesia. Single syllable held perfectly suspended since the moment of its utterance. We drew back slowly, respecting the boundary between sleeping and waking, boundary between life and the deep memory of life. The amber light began a subtle shifting, now a slow drift from honey gold to a paler citron hue. It was the chamber breathing a massive, gentle inhalation. We noticed then a second feature closer to the wall than the great resting place, or shallow wall carved directly into the obsidian floor. It was filled with a liquid that looked like mercury or melted silver, a metallic pool that absorbed the hall's luminescence and gave nothing back. It was utterly reflective, impossible to see into its depth. We knelt beside this silver disc, surface smooth. Beyond comprehension, there were no ripples, no movement. It was liquid immobility. Watched the surface, intent eye searching for any sign of what it contained, perhaps a map, a hidden messenger. Merely the final distillation of the ancient waters, then slowly a movement began within the pool. Not a wave, but a disturbance in the reflectivity. The mirror quality warped and the metallic surface began to cloud like breath upon cold glass as the silver sheen diffused. A slow, blooming image began to form. Bellowit was utterly cryptic, not faces, not symbols, but patterns of gear. Geometry, a delicate tracery of lines intersecting form. Crystalline structures that pulsed gently with an internal violet light. These forms dissolved and reformed too fast to fully grasp. Yet too slow to feel rushed, they spoke in the abstract language of mathematics of dimensions beyond the third of. Journeys through the folded space off the ancient stone world, the violet glow intensified, briefly casting sharp, thin shadows that danced. Briefly across the cavern walls, we felt the pull of deep drowsiness now. Hypnotic insistence of the ancient silence pressing down upon our consciousness. This chamber was designato. Be the final refuge of a tensione, a place where the mind must surrender. The logic of the dream, the geometric patterns within the liquid silver began to slow their frantic recombination. They settled into a singular formation, a simple helix of delicate purple light. This single, elegant coil ascended, slowly pulling itself free from the silver pool rising like smoke that defies gravity. It drifted toward the colossal Chilinga, whisper of cold ethereal energy leaving the obsidian chamber in the hush of its profound departure. We watched the fragile helix rise, growing dimmer. Softer, thinner until it was nothing more than an imagined spark at the limit of the towering roof, and then it was gone, absorbed by the deeper shadows above, leaving the silver poolance. Calm, a perfect mirror of the amber air, a final gentle shiver passed through the chamber, a slight trembling that resonated in our ears, but in the bone was the closing of the subtle signal that this threshold had been passed. The weight of our eyelids grew imperceptibly down by the gravitational force of the chamber's profound slumber. We leaned back against the cool basalt letting the amber light wash over us, surrendering to the slow drift off the ancient earth's deepest breath. The silence returned, complete save for the faint memory of the rising violet. Light, a silent, unsolved question, hanging just beyond the edge of waking thought, a mystery that awaits the slow return off the coming dawn, or the beginning of the next deep passaggio. The vast sleep of history, the residual deep indigo cloaked the sleeping village. A silken sheet of darkness still clung to the close-packed dwellings. The air was heavy and still saturated with the sense of cooling earth and burned ye. Profound hush settled upon the rice paddies, waiting for the sun's golden commandant. Was the very end of the night, the Clela Sanja, the moment of perfect stillness. Not a leaf stirred on the massive ancient banyan tree that presided over the settlement. Only the softest whisper of breath escaped the sleeping homes, built of adobe and thick teak wood. The cooling gray ash of last evening's cooking fires lay undisturbed in the courtyards. Fine pale dust settled over the pathways like powdered moonlight. We watched this liminal space, this threshold between the world of dreams and the disciplined rhythm of the Gupta age, where time was not measured by urgent bells, but by the steady march of the constellations deep. Within a small dwelling where the scent of wet earth and smoke perpetually lingered, slept the Kumhara, the humble potter. His workshop was low and sturdy, built to shelter his craft from the fierce monsoon rains. Beneath a terracotta tile roof his hands lay, still dreaming perhaps of the flawless curve of a newly thrown water pot, or the geometric precision of the seals he sometimes molded for the local merchant guilds. Slowly, inexorably, the internal clock that governed his life began its quiet chime. He felt the shift in the air temperature, the subtle lessening of the dense cold. It was the first sign. Surya, the sun god stirring far beyond the eastern mountains, he opened his eyes to the soft light filtering through a small, high windowy square of palest pearl gray, illuminating the damp, packed floor of his workspace. He stretched on his coarse cot. Woven from thick, dry river grass, the joints of his body responded with a series of gentle, slow murmurs. This silence, this rising, was an act of deliberate devotion, not a hurried leap into labor. Every movement was measured a reverence for the passing moment. His feet touched the smooth, cold earth, a grounding sensation that brought him fully back into the moment. He reached for the small water basin, kept perpetually clean, dipping his fingers into the cool liquid. He performed the simple ritual cleansing washing away the last vestiges of the night's long slumber. A small brass lamp awaited his touch, resting beside a tightly woven basket of sesame oil. He poured the thick golden liquid, slowly watching it soak into the twisted cotton wick. The oil climbed. With patience feeding the promise of light, he struck the flint and steel, a quick flurry of momentary sparks. A tiny red glow caught on a bundle of dried coir fiber, which he gently coaxed into a persistent flame. The flame touched the waiting wick, and a soft sudden bloom of amber light filled the workshop, chasing the deep shadows into the high corners where they retreated like frightened night beasts. The room transformed from a dark cavern to a warm, welcoming cave of industry. He approached. The center of his space, where the massive, heavy potter's wheel stood waiting it, was a creation of thick wood and baked clay resting on an axle of ancient worn stone. He cleaned the surface of the wheel with a damp rag, rinsing away the fine silty dust of yesterday's drying vessels. The preparation was the meditation, the steadying of the mind before the work began. He moved to the storage pit covered with a thick linen cloth to retain the precious moisture. Reaching down, he lifted a heavy sphere of prepared clay. It was dense and cool against his palms, smelling richly of the Ganges silt and recent rain. The clay was perfect, meticulously wedged and cleaned free of even the smallest intrusive pebble or grain of sand. He lifted the substantial sphere high above his head and then slammed it down onto the exact center of the wheel's head. A soft, wet, solid thud echoed once, then dissipated into the hushed air. The placement must be precise, perfect centering before the turning could even begin. He knelt cross-legged before the wheel, his posture balanced and serene. Left hand reached beneath the bench, seeking the heavy flywheel. He grasped the rough wooden rim and initiated the rotation. The wheel began its solemn, slow, perpetual journey. It gathered momentum with dignified slowness, a constant low grinding murmur against the wet stone axle. Sound was not disturbing, but deeply soothing, a mechanical drone of peaceful, repetitive action. He dipped his hands into the water basin, wetting them completely until they shone with a slick sheen. Then he placed both hands firmly on the top of the rotating mud. He applied pressure inward, slowly, gently guiding the mass of clay. Earth resisted, but only briefly, yielding to the practiced command of his palms. He was centering the clay, bringing its chaotic mass into a unified axis. A profound focus settled over his brow, the only discernible tension in his otherwise relaxed form. The clay rose slightly beneath his hands, forming a thick squat cone. He lowered it slowly, meticulously, correcting the slightest wobble or deviation. Rise and fall, the hypnotic motion of centering the earth. It must be perfectly steady, perfectly balanced. Before the vessel could be raised, this process alone took many moments, a sustained discipline of muscle, memory, and quiet intention. The faint amber light of the lamp reflected off the slick surface of the spinning mud. It looked like liquid shadow, revolving endlessly around a fixed point outside. The world was still. Only the faintest chirping of a single nocturnal cricket disturbed the utter silence. But inside this small workshop, the sound of the wheel turning was the true pulse of the morning. A sound repeated in 10,000 workshops across the Gupta Empire, from Ujjain to Pataliputra. Potter breathed deeply, evenly, regulating his respiration to match the slow revolution of his wheel. He was now ready to open the clay to penetrate the center of the sphere. He pressed his thumb down into the spinning mound precisely at the apex. Slowly, steadily, carefully, he drove the opening down to the calculated depth, feeling the thickness of the base beneath his skin, sensing the exact margin of safety. The water trapped within the spinning cone splattered softly against the inside of the brass basin, a gentle, wet, whispering sound accompanying the low drone of the turning wood. He widened the opening, drawing the walls outward just enough to set the base of the vessel. The clay felt smooth and cool, resilient against the pressure. It was earth yielding to the wisdom of the human hand. Now came the raising of the walls, the steady ascent of the vessel into being. He placed one hand inside the open cylinder and the other firmly on the outside wall, applying gentle counter pressure. He began the slow lift. The clay stretched upward, obediently rising from the wheel head. It was a transformation from a thick, dense lump into a delicate thin, while he paused to add more water, keeping the clay perfectly lubricated, perfectly workable. The water smoothed the roughness, polished the surface as it rose. First the thick base, then the gentle flare of the body. The vessel grew inch by patient inch. Achieving height, the low amber lamp illuminated the ascending form, casting long, slow shadows on the packed earth floor. He was creating a common, everyday water storage pot designed to keep the household water cool through the long dry season. A mundane object of profound necessity, required precision and consistency, a functional beauty that would serve many lifetimes. He drew his finger along the rim, smoothing the top edge, perfecting the lip. The final touch before the wheel was slowed before. The creation was allowed to rest. He reduced the rotational speed, gradually allowing the blur of the spin to resolve into the clear shape of the vessel. The low, grinding murmur subsided, fading into the background silence. He admired his creation briefly. A quiet moment of satisfaction before the next sphere of clay was prepared. Day was now truly beginning. The full weight of the dawn was pressing against the horizon, but here in the workshop there was only the cooling mud and the soothing silence of successful work completed. The potter reached for his wire cutter, preparing to free the vessel from the wheelhead. Thin strand of wire stretched taut between two small wooden handles. He held it low, steady level and drew it gently across the surface of the wheel, separating the pot from the earth. A subtle, soft tearing sound, a clean break. The pot remained steady, waiting for his careful hand to lift it and carry it to the drying shelf. The first vessel of the day was born under the deep indigo of the final hour before sunrise. Quiet monument to the steady pace of life in the time of the great Gupta kings. Reminder that even in the golden age, profound peace was found in the repetition of ordinary tasks, the hushed sigh of the dying. Heat slipped away down the deeply worn channels of the irrigation ditcha, whisper against the crumbling brickwork of the village well. The sun that had scorched the pale clay of the roof tiles all afternoon cast only long fingers of shadowed amber. Across the narrow alleyways, these shadows were pools of indigo velvet, deepening the lines etched into the ancient stone. Carried from distant quarries, perhaps 3 centuries before polished smooth by the bare feet of generations, a silent clock. Measuring the slow procession of ordinary days, a small drift of wood smoke blew, and translucent rose lazily from a neighboring hearth carrying the gentle perfume of burnt ghee and slow simmering lentils, simple evening sustenance of a merchant. Family perhaps, or a skilled artisan. The air itself felt thick and viscous, like slow-moving honey in the twilight. The final cicada song, a thin metallic thread woven into the vast quietude of the darkening plains. A quietude broken only by the rhythmic clinking of heavy brass bangles. A woman drew water for the evening wash. Sound was low and percussive, a steady, hypnotic rhythm against the silence. Water spilled into the narrow mouth of the clay pot with a soft gurgling sigh, a sound of relief after the parched daylight hours. This simple cycle of drawing and fetching was the constant pulse of this golden age, and not the grand declarations of kings or the glittering courtly intrigue, the slow, unhurried movement of water over earth, and the comforting presence of cool clay in the hand. The walls surrounding the courtyard were whitewashed lime plaster, but underneath the paint, the deep texture of mud brick remained. Sun-baked adobe, strong and insulating against the fierce temperatures. It was a material that spoke of permanence and deep-rooted belonging. The slight unevenness of the wall where the artisan's hand had pressed the final coat was a map of imperfection, offering a comforting sense of human scale inside the single main room. A small oil lamp flickered its weak illumination, struggling against the invading darkness. Oil, a rich sesame scent, warmed the still air of the enclosure, casting dancing shadows across the neatly rolled sleeping mats woven from soft reeds gathered far down by the riverbank. These mats were coarse, but cooled quickly after the sun had set, providing a simple, soft layer atop the smooth earth floor. The supporting beams overhead were dark shisham woodtick and heavy, roughly hewn with axes centuries old. They carried the weight of the roof tiles with a stoic silence. Their surfaces rubbed glossy by the years of dust and humidity here, and their tiny film of spider silk caught the dim amber light of fragile silver network of life. Continuing unnoticed above the human sphere, the doorway itself was framed by a single carved lintel symbol. Geometric patterns of the lotus and the swirling wind symbols of prosperity and endless cyclical time. The wood felt dense and cool to the touch. If one were to rest a hand upon it, a solidity that reassured the inhabitants that the outside world could wait. The world of commerce, of taxes, of long, slow caravan journeys scowled be shut away behind the heavy wooden door bolt, leaving only the sound of breathing and the gentle murmur of sleep approaching. The deep silence of the dwelling was profounda, heavy insulating blanket woven from centuries of quiet lives. Now, The sounds that pierced the deep silence were more distante, lowing of a tethered ox chewing its cud in the enclosure across the way, a deep resonant sound of quiet bovine content meant to sound older than the concept of the Gupta Empire itself. The mind begins its slow descent into the restful chasm of the night, releasing the small worries and calculations of the day, the price of barley, the necessary repair to the water wheel, the exchange rate of silver. Coinage, all these details float away like motes of dust in the vast darkness, leaving only the weight of the body settling. Into stillness, the heavy scent of jasmine, perhaps, planted nearby by an ancestor wafted in on a momentary breath of air through the small window apertura, rich, heady perfume that deepened the hypnotic sense of peace. This peace was not dramatic or declared, but merely the absence of need, the slow, quiet certainty that the cycle of planting and harvesting continues, that the laws of the land established by the wise kings are just and ordered, and that the small world of the home is safe within. Its mud brick shell imagine the feel of the rough-spun cotton cloth of the sleeping garment softened by endless washings in river water cool against the warm skin of the shoulders, a texture of unadorned simplicity deeply comforting. The air outside the window held the faint metallic taste of the rising moon, though the moon itself was perhaps cloaked tonight behind a scrim of high cloud. Its spectral light was still felt, a soft pressure on the world, slowing down the movement of the few nocturnal creatures. Even the rustling of the palm fronds overhead seemed muffled and slow, like the brushing of coarse hair across a piece of aged leather. Every sound was absorbed into the overwhelming density of the night air, leaving only the low internal thrum of the human heart, a steady, slow, dependable engine of life measuring out the moments between wakefulness and deep restorative sleep. Sleep of the golden age was deep and unbreaking, a sleep earned by the honest labor of the sun-drenched Daya, slow, powerful, sinking into the earth's own quiet rotation close. Your mind, now upon the image of the simple wooden chest sitting in the corner near the entrance of the house, is carved from sturdy teak wood, dark, reddish-brown and heavy its surface, is adorned with simple incised linus patterns passed down from grandfather to son, designed not for beauty alone, but for permanence. This chest holds the family's most treasured possessions, not jewels of unimaginable worth, but the weight of time itself. The deeds to the small parcel of rice paddy down the valley etched onto fragile palm leaf manuscripts tied with dried red cord. These records feel like brittle parchment, aged and delicate, holding the certainty of ownership across generations. Of the Gupta piece, perhaps inside too is a small copper figurine of the household, steady smoothed by the daily touch of supplicant hands, its surface reflecting the dim residual light like a droplet of trapped honey. The copper is cool and dense, a reassuring weight, a small anchor in the vastness of the universe. A slow creak of the roof timbers adjusting to the cooling temperature is the final sound, permitted to penetrate the stillness, a gentle reminder that everything settles. Eventually, all structures of wood and bone and thought eventually find their final rest. The breath becomes slow and even a soft expansion, and release a long drawing in of the night air, languid, drifting out of the remaining conscious thought. The silence is immense, now absolute and encompassing, like being submerged in a deep, warm liquid of forgetfulness. The sensation of the rough wool blanket, perhaps, told up to the china comforting weight, a physical barrier against the empty night. World outside the heavy door is only shadows and slow-moving stars. The ancient earth beneath the foundation of the home is vast and silent, a cushion of unfathomable density holding the world steady. You are sinking now into that profound stillness, into the heart of the golden age of ancient India, where the greatest treasure was not gold or conquest, but the quiet dignity of a well-ordinary day. This stillness is a profound gift passed down through the millennia, cessation of effort, the surrender to the vast cosmic rhythm. The air is sweeter, now infused with the nighttime sense of cooling soil, a rich, loamy aroma that speaks of fertility and coming harvest. The darkness is not empty, but full of the gentle pressure of unseen forms sleeping. Cattle, the silent sentinel trees, the deep flowing river all things resting in their allotted space shelved securely within the boundaries of the Gupta kingdom. The mind continues its slow, quiet unraveling, discarding the bright sharpness of die accepting the soft blurred edges of the nocturnal world. The only movement now is the gentle rise and fall of the chest, a soft steady ebb and flow. Against the silence, this rhythm is your anchor, your final link to the conscious world before you slip entirely into the deep, slow currents of sleep. The floor beneath the reed mat is cool earth, solid and unmoving, a grounding force connecting you to the planet's silent core feel. The depth of that stillness, that unshakable foundation, this simple home built of clay and straw and hardwood hose, stood against the seasons for decades, protecting the quiet lives within its sturdy walls. Imagine the texture of the plaster one last time, at the rough grain where the lime has flaked away, slightly revealing the darker mud brick beneath a pattern of light and shadow of permanence and decay, happening with profound slowness. The smoke smell has entirely dissipated nor replaced by the clean, cool emptiness of the deep night. A single small cough echoes once from the distant, compound a sound absorbed almost instantly by the thick air of final punctuation and the otherwise unbroken paragraph of the darkness. The oil lamp has burned low the flame, barely visibly tiny point of fragile gold against the immense blackness. Will soon extinguish, leaving the room cloaked entirely in velvet shadows. Shadow that hides all distinction and difference, allowing the mind to drift free of form and color, free of the constraints of daylight perception. You are drifting now on the slow breath down into the deep shadow of time, where the concerns of this specific historical moment, achievements of the astronomers, the verses of the poets, the complexity of the coinage, all recede into distant murmurs. Only the feeling of rest remains absolute and encompassing. The quiet dignity of the simple life persists outlasting the emperors and the empires, resting here in the warmth of the deep earth. The pressure behind the eyelids grows softer, heavier, a gentle release of the muscles around the eyes. The thoughts are fewer, slower, heavier, like drops of fixed sap falling into a pool of deep black water. They spread, slowly dissipate, vanish, leaving only the profound sensation of letting go of the day, letting go of this historical narrative, letting go of awareness itself. You are merging now with the quiet ancient rhythm of the sleeping land. Long, slow breath of the Gupta night, a breath that has continued unbroken for countless centuries. Rest now deeply and without effort. Let the whispers of the silent Indian night carry you down into the slow, endless currents of profound repose, until the next gentle dawning breaks across the quiet plains. Rest now, and the deep shadow of time, protected by the ancient weight of the silent earth. Sleep now, sleep. The hollow air within this chamber, older than the cedar itself, a thick suspension of time in pulverized granite dust. The distant moonlight did not penetrate it, only outlined the upper edges soft, a colossal vaulted ceiling casting long velvet stripes down the inward curve of the stone. We stood upon the floor of polished dark basalt, a mirror reflecting nothing but the small ghosts of our own lamps. Our hidden passage had delivered us into this vast stillness, a space that unfolded. Silent like the closing of a gigantic ancient book, we sought the scroll. Whispered record of the kings, but the encompassing darkness here was far more profound. It swallowed the meager golden glow of our olive oil wick, making the light seem frailer. Fragile suggestion of illumination. The heavy silence pressed down upon you as a physical weight of centuries. Only the faintest echo of subterranean dripping water disturbed the perfect crystalline stillness. Each slow, careful step we took was cushioned by a carpet of accumulated silt, soft as powdered ash. Ahead loomed 5 monolithic columns, their immense shafts intricately carved with flowing symbols that seemed to wreath you upon the stone skin. These glyphs were not of any known tongue, but a flowing script of universal cosmic sorrow. The pillars did not hold the roof, beheld the memory of the sky etched deeply into the cool surface, where images of celestial rivers and slumbering earth deities, meticulous craftsmanship, bespoke civilization vanished. Entire swallowed by the thirsty desert sands long before the first naming of oceans. We moved slowly along the eastern waller, gloved fingers, trailing over the coolmost oily surface of the basalt, searching for a hidden niche recess, deep and smelly. Quiet place where something precious might be deliberately laid to rest in the precise center of that immense wall, where The shadows clustered deep past in the moonlight for guidance to tie. Found an alcove and rectangular, was not sealed with mortar but held closed by gravity and time alone a single slab of heavy pale veined marble. We pushed against it gently, and the block groaned softly, a profound deep sound of ancient complaint like the slow turning of the earth. Itself behind it rested a casing, a sarcophagus not for a body, but perhaps meticulously prepared for a document. It was fashioned from pure obsidian polished to an unnatural mirror sheen and bound with bands of dark, tarnished silver. Upon its flat lead a single word was inscribed the name. Perhaps a hushed warning, Srl Louvre. Closer, his breath suspended captive in his throat. He reached out slowly, deliberately, palm hovering above the cold, dark stone. The air around the obsidian box felt strangely cool as though radiating the chill of deep subterranean, forgotten wells. We opened the casing, slow live, unseen hinges sighing their long secret. Inside lay not the parchment we cravat. Whispering scroll of ages and wisdom, but something entirely unexpected, a perfect globe of smooth, unblemished crystal. It pulsed with a deep inner amber light, a slow hypnotic beat. It was warm to the touch and contained within its flawless heart a miniature moving ocean. The liquid within shifted slowly within the crystal shell, a tiny liquid world of perpetual twilight. It showed no visible shores, no known landmass, and laid the endless, quiet surging off an unknown dark sea of glass. This strange sphere was not the destination, it was merely the key. It began to hum softly, a low resonant frequency it vibrated through the thick chamber floor and up into the ancient stone structure. A subtle opening appeared then in the surface of the southern wall, a hairline fracture in the dense basalt that widened slowly, silent, leveling. A passage cloaked in a deeper, older shade of shadow, the soft humming, intensive fee drawing our gaze forward into the absolute dark beyond the crystal light. We stood suspended in the moment between the artifact we had just found and the passage that was newly revealed. The unknown path stretched deep into the slumbering heart of the mountain, a cold, slow invitation. The crystal globe pulsed a comforting beacon, its deep amber light, the only guiding to the quiet mystery of the undiscovered path. We stepped toward the fissuretting, the resonant sound pole US, leaving the empty obsidian casing behind unseen and undisturbed. The air grew heavy with the incredible weight of the mountain. Above us, the silence waited patiently. The narrow passage swallowed the light of the small globe wholly. Began our slow, silent descent into the deeper, unknown quiet of the earth. The dark folds around us no soft and yielding as velvet ready to hold us fast in the deepening quiet of the stone. Our footsteps echoed softly, only one scene, then nothing but the low, continuous hum of the small crystal world, leading us into the dark further down where the deepest memory sleeps cloaked in shadow. The light grows fainter, now a deep, rich amber haziness. The slow, cold stone closes around us, leading to the next secreta, slow, quiet path into the absolute depth of the long night. The deep quiet of the late night still clung to the sloping thatched roofs of the simple Gupta homes. The darkness itself seemed to possess a weight, a rich velvet density that pressed down gently upon the cooling earth, holding the memory of starlight and the breath of silent sleeping things. A thin, slow exhalation of air began to move across the fields, carrying the damp, fertile scent of black soil, preparing to meet the sun once more. This was the enduring reality of the golden age, far from the measured verses of Kalidasa, but astronomical calculations of Aryabhata. In the profound hush of the ordinary it was the steady, immutable pulse of the agrarian cycle, the relentless, slow turning of the year, marked only by the planting and the harvest, the monsoon and the drought near the edge of the village cluster where the simple paths dissolved into scrubland. A solitary lamp flickered behind a small oiled paper screen, casting a nervous amber glow. Light was a fragile bubble in the immensity of the departing night, testifying only to the earliest riser, perhaps a grandmother attending to the cold cooking hearth. Her movements were entirely without sound, a ritual perfected over 7 decades of slow rising and necessary tending to the domestic heart of the household. She sought the leftover warmth in the clay chulha, carefully scraping the fine gray Ash that smelled faintly of wood smoke and the sweet residual oil of last evening's simple meal. Small copper vessel used for heating water for the first tea of the morning was placed, deliberately near the glowing center, patiently absorbing. The faint lingering heat, every action was a meditation. A slow honoring of the materials, the water, the fire. The simple ancient stone mortar used for grinding the day's first spices. The village was built of sun-baked mud bricks, ochre, and dun blending. Seamlessly with the surrounding landscape, a gentle organic architecture that seemed to have grown from the very ground. It rested upon the mud walls, thick and cool, kept the dwellings insulated from the blistering daytime sun, and now held the sweet, clean chill of the hours before the dawn outside. The well-worn threshold, a single cow stood chewing its cud in slow rhythmic silence, its massive shadow. A dark sentinel against the dissolving mist, the animal's breath plumed softly in the crisp air, a hazy white cloud that vanished almost instantly into the vast emptiness above the silent village. This simple beast represented the essential wealth, the sacred axis of life in the Gupta plains, providing the milk and the ghee, the muscle for the plow and inevitable cow dung fuel. The dung patties pressed flat and round by patient hands, weighted stacked neatly against the wall, drying slowly in preparation for the afternoon fires. Small discs of solar energy captured and stored. Pathways between the houses were smooth clay, hardened by countless feet and monsoon rains, etched with the repetitive pattern of bullock cart wheels. The grooves deep and predictable. No hurried step was ever taken here, for time measured itself not in minutes or hours, but in the slow maturation of the rice in the fields, the lunar phases, the inevitable passage of the seasons. A child stirring within one of the quiet homes let out a soft, muffled cry, instantly hushed by the nearby hand of a protective mother who pulled the woven shawl tighter. The sounds of the deep morning were few and far between, yet intensely specific. The gentle rustle of dry palm fronds in the high branches, the low whirring hum of an early insect, the scent of jasmine sometimes grown near the simple porches to sweeten the air, mixed delicately with the dust and the unmistakable earthy perfume of a slow-burning cow dung fire. This deep sensory immersion was the reality of the Gupta Golden Age, a slow, persistent, quiet, enduring dignity in the face of unchanging routine. The greatest innovations of the age, the zero. The decimal system, the majestic iron pillar, did not touch this quiet world, except perhaps in the slight accuracy of the tax collector's ledger there. Lives were governed by the sun, by the slow tilt of the earth, and the ancient dharma of their caste, their duties etched into the very core of their being. The husbandman prepared his tools. The woodworker sharpened his simple iron chisel. The potter awaited the full light to begin throwing the day's endless stream of simple utilitarian vessels. He had left the clay covered overnight, a mound of cool, malleable earth awaiting the precise pressure of his fingers and the slow, insistent rotation of his wheel. The wheel itself was ancient stone, worn, smooth, and heavy, a perfect mass, waiting for the rhythmic momentum that would bring form from formlessness. Low, distant sound began to permeate the stillness, the deep tolling of a simple bell, perhaps from the small local shrine dedicated to Ganesha or Shiva. The sound, measured and unhurried, was a sonic confirmation that the transition was complete, that the governance of the night had ceded its silent authority to the gentle light of the approaching day. The light itself was not immediate, not dramatic, but a slow, pervasive infusion, a washing out of the deep purples and blacks into soft hues of gray and pale. Rose, the sky above the eastern horizon, began to reveal a shimmering band of pale saffron, a silent promise of heat and labor and a continuous cycle of life. The early light touched the smooth plaster of the village walls, revealing the fine spiderweb cracks of age and weathering the inevitable erosion of time. It highlighted the delicate shadows cast by the meager eaves, the slight imperfections in the straw, thatching the beautiful disorder of the organic structures. No gilded dome or polished marble graced this simple sight, only the enduring beauty of necessity and repetition, the poetry of the persistent mundane. We feel the cool dampness beneath our bare feet, the texture of the packed clay, the slight yielding sensation where water has collected during the night. We notice the heavy silence of the animals, waiting their own slow awakening, the quiet acceptance of their immediate responsibilities to the human world. The pace of life here was a perfect metronome set to the heartbeat of the subcontinent, an unbelievably slow and hypnotic rhythm that encourages deep rest. There's nothing to rush toward, nothing to fear, and the predictable unfolding of this day. Every moment known and anticipated by generations past. The world of the Gupta Empire in this quiet corner simply existed, breathed deeply, and continued its slow, persistent journey beneath the endless sky. Air now held a slightly drier quality, the sun's warmth, beginning its slow, insistent descent toward the cooled earth, preparing to burn off the last wisps of the heavy morning mist. A single thread of thin white smoke rose straight and true from the chimney opening of the earliest waking home, a fragile spire ascending into the endless blue. It was the first sign of human activity, a small plume of proof that the necessary work of fueling and feeding had begun. The silent engine of the golden age gently turning. The light catches the surface of a nearby water pot made of porous red earthenware, the slight sweating on its side indicating the refreshing coolness of the water held within. This was the quiet perfection of the early Gupta morning, the cloaked hours receding, allowing the simple golden light to finally illuminate the enduring beauty of the routine sleep. Now settles deeper upon the mind, drawing us further into the slow, deliberate rhythms of this ancient world, far away from the clamor of our own hurried time. A rhythmic slap of sandal leather on the sun-baked earth, a sound that measures the passing of the Gupta afternoon. The slow descent of the sun now pulls long shadows across the dusty pathway of the village outskirts. This golden hour belongs to the silence of settling dust and the quiet anticipation of the cooling evening. Air a breath holds suspended above the low-tiled roofs where clay tiles warm all day exhale the heat in slow, reluctant pulses. The immense sky above turns a deeper hue of rose and ochre, painted with the exhaustion of the days lightly. Move closer now, away from the merchant rows and the chatter of the water carriers, toward the stillness of a walled compound. Here, the world is cloaked in an interior quietness defined by thick mud brick walls built to resist the piercing sun. Air inside the compound gate carries the faint, dry scent of stored grain and a deeper fragrance of dry jasmine vines twined high upon a wooden trellis. A small stone basin stands near the threshold, its surface holding a thin film of water, undisturbed and mirroring the high drifting clouds. No sudden noise intrudes, only the distant lowing of a draft. After returning to its pen, a sound swallowed quickly by the growing distance. The weight of the ancient stone used in the threshold feels cold beneath the hand. If you were to reach out and touch the sun-warmed edge, this stone has borne the weight of countless footsteps across centuries of Gupta life. The silent witness to ordinary comings and going, every tiny fissure and groove etched into its surface holds the memory of deep time, of slow, relentless repetition. A wooden latch made of dark seasoned teak slides back with a quiet, oiled whisper, a sound signifying the closing off of the external world. We pass into the inner courtyard, a space of ordered calm and deliberate shade. Here the air is hushed, truly hushed, the sounds of the road dissolving into an irrelevant murmur far beyond the protective walls. Central court is floored with packed earth, smoothed by generations of careful sweeping into a surface almost as firm as fired clay. It is here that the slow domestic rituals of the late afternoon begin their deliberate unfolding. A woman, perhaps the matriarch of the household, sits upon a low wooden stool, her posture straight and centered. She works with thread spun from the softest cotton, the fine fibers catching the last stray light of the westering sun. Her movements are measured and entirely without haste. The needle, a faint silver flicker against the pale expanse of the cloth. This is not labor performed for urgency, but a continuous slow act of maintenance, a steady rhythm of creation. Sound of the thread being pulled taut through the fabric is a minute scratch, an almost inaudible sigh of effort is the sound of time being carefully filled, not rushed, but utilized with patient grace. Near the corner of the courtyard, beneath the overhanging eaves, rests a stack of firewood carefully split and dried. The wood releases a dry, woody aroma, the essence of stored sunlight waiting for the evening. Hearth, the shadows are deepening, now turning the corners of the court into areas of velvet blackness, soft and inviting. In a small covered veranda off the main dwelling, a grindstone waits for its evening task. It is made of two massive circular stones, rough igneous rock designed for the slow crushing of hard kernels. Its presence speaks of the permanence of sustenance, the unending cycle of planting, harvesting, and preparation. Weight of the upper stone resting on the lower one embodies a profound inertia, a commitment to the slow mechanical turning of daily life soon. The heavy rhythmic scrape of the stone will begin to sound deeply comforting and ancestral, but for this moment it rests silent, its surface dusted lightly with the pale flour of yesterday's milling. The silence settles deeper, still absorbing. The few stray calls of birds seeking their roosts in the distant trees. Slight breeze stirs, carrying the cooling breath of the evening from the distant river plain. It rustles the broad leaves of a banana plant, planted strategically in the corner for its shade and its cooling effect. The surface of those leaves is a deep matte green, a rich texture that absorbs light rather than reflecting it. They shift slowly with a heavy, dry whisper, like the turning of thick pages in an ancient, forgotten book. The humidity of the day begins to recede, leaving the air clean and sharply scented with dust and drying herbs. In the coolness, a faint, sweet smell of sesame oil begins to permeate the space as preparations are made for lighting the evening lamps. These simple oil lamps are shallow earthenware vessels holding the thick, viscous liquid and a cotton wick. When lit, they will cast an amber glow, soft and entirely unlike the harsh white light of the modern age. The light will pool gently around the edges of the room, leaving the ceiling and the far corners in reassuring shadow. It is a light that encourages introspection and quiet conversation, whispered secrets and the telling of slow tales. The slow rhythm of breathing begins to harmonize with the pace of the settling world. Imagine the quiet concentration on the face of the lamp lighter, her hand steady and sure as she positions the wick. This small act is a profound transition, marking the boundary between the public day and the private night. The heat of the cooking fire begins to rise slowly and deliberately from a sunken hearth. The smoke is thin and pale, curling lazily upwards before dissipating into the darkening sky. Fire itself is modest, built for efficiency, using small pieces of charcoal and wood that burn steadily and without fanfare. The cooking vessel placed upon the heat is heavy hammered copper, perhaps vertigrized slightly on the exterior. Its metal surface has absorbed the heat of 1,000 meals, becoming itself a vessel of accumulated warmth and shared history. Sounds coming from the fire, subtle, a soft crackle, the loci of heated metal and the gentle bubble of liquid beginning to stir. This entire domestic scene is etched in slowness, a deliberate rejection of unnecessary haste. The pace of life here mirrors the turning of the seasons, the slow growth of the rice in the paddies, the inevitable flow of the great rivers. Nothing is hurried, because everything of true value takes time to mature, to soften, to yield its deepest flavor. Think of the patience required to prepare the evening lentil dish known as dal, simmering for hours until the texture is velvet smooth. The spices are added slowly, one by one, ground meticulously earlier in the day. Turmeric, earth brown coriander, and the sharp sting of mustard seeds. Their fragrances mingling in the warming oil. Each scent is a layer, adding depth to the atmosphere, creating a comforting, aromatic cloak over the household. We listen now not for action, but for the absence of action, for the profound stillness that permeates the very structure of the building. The walls themselves seem to breathe slowly, having settled into their ancient position centuries ago. They provide a barrier, not just against the sun and the dust, but against the anxiety of the external world. The floor where we rest is cool to the touch, a soothing contrast to the residual heat trapped high up near the roof. Beams run your palm across the smoothness of the ancient stone of the internal pillars supporting the roof. It feels almost like chilled silk, heavy and completely immobile, a profound anchor in the flow of time. These pillars, carved perhaps centuries before Chandragupta II walked the earth, hold a deep gravitational stillness. They have watched the coming and going of monsoon rains and dry seasons without moving a fraction of an inch. The light continues to soften, fading from amber intensity to a pale milkiness before yielding entirely to the deepening indigo of the night. The main room, which serves for communal rest, a large wooden chest sits against the wall. It is made of dark, heavy wood, probably shisham wood, polished by the friction of passing hands over many, many years. This chest holds the household's linen and precious cloths, perhaps pieces of fine muslin or raw silkwen. The lid is lifted, the faintest scent of dried neem leaves, used to deter insects, drifts out, a soft herbal memory. The silence holds its breath in the spaces between the floorboards and the deep recesses of the heavy furniture. The children of the house are perhaps already bathed, their skin smelling faintly of pure water and a simple unscented soap made from vegetable ash. They lie on mats woven from river reeds, perhaps already drifting towards sleep, their breathing shallow and rhythmic there. Dreams are the quiet reflections of their ordinary day. The sight of the cart oxen, the taste of molasses, the warmth of the sun. Their small bodies are covered lightly with thin sheets of cotton. They're weightless, protection against the gathering chill of the night. The moon, if it has risen, is a distant silent presence casting a diffused silver light onto the outermost walls. It is a light that clarifies shape, but removes all color, turning the world into a study of infinite shades of gray and shadow. The sense of immense safety settles upon the compound, a feeling of being deeply anchored in a stable and ordered world. The Gupta era was a time of sophisticated routine, where the certainty of tomorrow was as reliable as the setting of the sun. This reliability allows the mind to truly slow down, to let go of vigilance and surrender to the moment. Think of the quiet confidence in the repetition of these daily tasks, repeated by mother and daughter through generations without break. The same slow fire, the same heavy grinding stone, the same scent of wood smoke rising into the darkening sky is a steady pulse of civilization beating slowly through the eons now. The last vestiges of daylight are completely gone, and the amber glow of the oil lamps becomes the primary source of illumination. The light is warm and forgiving, it smooths the edges of reality and softens the harsh lines of the day. The shadows thrown by the lamplight are vast and gentle, dancing slightly with the minute currents of air within the room. These shadows are not frightening, but comforting. They are the cloak of the night, the promise of deep repose. The air grows cooler, still encouraging the slow drawing in of the limbs. The settling of the spine onto the mind begins its slow descent, following the fading light down into the quiet depths. Every detail of the Gupta world described here is designed for slowness, for the preservation of energy and the cultivation of patience. There is no rush toward the future, only the gentle acceptance of the present moment. The weight of the ceiling beams above us feels immense and protective. Ancient wood supporting the quiet roof. They've been seasoned by hundreds of monsoons and dry summers. Their grain hardened into a profound durability. Listen closely for the almost inaudible sounds of the domestic night, the tiny movement of a gecko hunting insects high up near the rafters, a soft clicking sound that measures the small passage of micro time, distant muffled call of a night bird from the groves beyond the village walls, a lonely soothing note all. These sounds are absorbed into the overarching silence. They do not break the quiet, but define its depth. The air in the room is heavy with the scent of human presence, of clean linen and warm skin, and the lingering trace of spices. This sensory environment is a profound invitation to slumber, a gentle urging toward complete relaxation. Allow the image of the amber light filtering through the cotton cloth to soothe your eyes. Allow the sensation of the cool, smooth, ancient stone to settle the muscles in your back and neck. The rhythm of the grinding stone, though now silent, its memory lingers in the subconscious mind as a steady mechanical turning. This turning is the motion of the earth itself, the dependable, slow rotation that governs all time. We are nestled securely within the deep sleep of the Gupta Golden Age, a period of stable serenity. Great empires rise and fall, but the rhythm of the ordinary domestic night remains unchanged, a constant reassuring force, now deeply and completely within the quiet permanence of the ancient Indian night. The weight of centuries presses down gently, not crushing, but confirming the absolute stability of this moment. Every breath you take is a slow, measured reflection of the world around you. Deep, slow breathing, The feeling of velvet blackness behind your closed eyes invites true release. Let the slowness of the Gupta world wash away all haste, all urgency. All lingering thoughts sink further down into the profound stillness of the ancient earth, protected by the silent, steady walls of the compound. The night here is vast and embracing. Eternal and utterly peaceful rest in the knowledge that nothing is required of you but this deep repose, this complete surrender to the hypnotic slowness of silence itself. The silence is now complete and perfect. Hushed void awaiting the dawn, which is many hours away. Allow yourself to dissolve into the silence, into the cooling earth, into the deep, peaceful continuity of the ancient Indian night. The shadows lengthened across the threshold of chipped porphyry. Fine silt settled upon the upturned palm of the explorer. This dust was the memory of kingdoms breathed out. Slowly across the vast desert eons, the heavy air inside the sealed chamber smelled of dried cedar and the faint musk of undisturbed sleep. It felt like holding your breath in the immense hidden attic of the world. We moved like moths within the confines of a forgotten shrine drawn toward a faint singular glimmer, cool luminescence deep within the recess. Nasrullah had called this place the Vault of Kronos, where time itself was supposed to have been an archive bound in scrolls of hammered silver. Light from our low lantern became instantly muted here, absorbed by the dark density of the architecture. Everything seemed to exist at half speed, moving through a medium thick as honey, a profound oceanic stillness pressing against the ears. In the center of the chamber, resting on a smooth dais, was a spherical object of pure obsidian, cool to the touch and heavy with unspoken narrative. Was the size of a human sculpt, perfectly polished, reflecting the weak light and deep pools of black we knelt before. This geological mirror, this silent oracle of the earth, this stone was said to contain the echoes of every conversation held beneath the triple moons. The dawn of the forgotten epic, we traced the hairline fractures across its smooth surface, searching for the seam, the cipher, the opening word, the infinitesimal fault that would unlock its deep silence. The very act of seeking felt sacrilegious, like trying to hasten the setting of the sun or demand a secret from the hushed mountain peaks. Listen now to the slow turning of the cosmic hourglass, the grains of silica falling with infinite measured slowness, marking time not in seconds or minutes, but in the immense quietude of epochs. Nasrullah whispered of the scribes of Ethilthos who guarded the lexicon of the forgotten river. Their lives dedicated to the silent codex of ancient starlight. He reached out a gloved hand toward the obsidian. A moment of palpable hesitation stretched the deep quiet. His breath feathered the cool air, a fleeting disturbance. In the stillness of 10,000 years, then his fingers settled gently upon the black sphere, a connection made across the gulf of history. For a long moment, nothing changed. The chamber remained cloaked in its deep velvet stillness. Then a low resonance began deep within the dense heart of the obsidian. It was not sound as we understand sound, but a pressure against the silence itself, a slow, powerful vibration that settled deep within the marrow of the bone. The room did not shake, but it shifted softly. Around us, the massive stone walls seemed to inhale, holding the collected breath of forgotten millennia. We were suspended in a medium of deep amber, light floating slightly above the cold flagstones. Our awareness stretched thin and vast, reaching backward into the cold corridors of the past and forward into the endless ocean of futurity. Scent of cedar intensified, becoming sharp and medicinal as if the ancient preservative was being actively released. The obsidian sphere began to exhibit a faint interior glow, not emanating from a source of fire, but from an inner concentration of pure dark light. Was the luminescence of deep water reflecting an unseen moon? Watch as the surface begins to cloud, the high polish giving way to a swirling mist of shadowy curtain parting on an unimaginable stage. We are witnessing a memory, not ours, but the memory of the stone itself. The sphere showed us scenes of impossible clarity, images that were not painted or etched, but formed purely of shadow and pale silver radiance. We saw vast silken pennants flapping in a harsh wind above a city built of salt and white clay, a city whose architecture defied the known laws of gravity. Saw a harbor where ships with hulls of polished bone lay anchored in a sea, the color of milky jade waiting for a tide that flowed only in the mind. Then the images dissolved like smoke, leaving a single resting vision, a tower high and impossibly narrow its spire, reaching into the black heavens cloaked perpetually in the swirling frozen mists of the high altitude. It stood sentinel against the curve of the silent world, its foundation lost in the cloud cover. Standing at its zenith, balanced against the howling void, was a lone slender figure draped in shadows that seemed stitched. Into the very light, the figure held something small and glinting, a shard of pure frozen starlight. And that figure turned slowly, staring directly down toward the cold dais, staring directly into the depth of the sleeping listener, a gaze that pierced the veil of history and stone. The resonance ebbed, intense amber light faded back to the low yellow of the lantern. The obsidian cooled once more, but the sight did not fade from the inner eye. It remained imprinted on our awareness, a silent invitation, extended from that impossible height, a promise of truth held only by the mountain wind. The figure did not move or speak it, simply waited, suspended between earth and the dark void, a silent guardian of untold knowledge. We drift toward that tower now. In the deep, profound silence, lulled by the turning of the still silent sphere, carried by the current of that inexplicable ancient gaze toward the edge of the known sleeping world, the stillness held deep, a languid stillness draped over the land. Magadha, where the great Gupta age unfolded, its pages not in thunder but in whispered observations of the firmament. Hour before the sun's ascent is often the most profound velvet cushion between the exhausted night and the demanding light. Lingering coolness still clung to the heavy sandstone bricks of the village, well, where the water slept undisturbed, reflecting the vast emptiness above. The air was heavy and thick, not with humidity, but with the scent of wet earth newly turned in. The faint trace of marigolds left on a small shrine of Durga, the sleeping town of Ujjain, nestled silently within its protective earthen walls, unaware of the historical weight of its own golden slumber. Only the small muted chirp of a house sparrow disturbed the profound quiet, searching for the first scatterings of rice. Graying near the threshold of a grain merchant's home, he was still asleep, dreaming perhaps of copper coinage in the safe, arrival of cinnamon bales from the southern reaches. Breathing was slow, and even a low rhythmic sound almost swallowed by the thickness of the mud walls that sheltered his modest existence. These walls were etched with the residue of 100 monsoon seasons. A deep ochre color warmed now only by the approaching promise of dawn. Silence felt ancient, a sound that had existed since the first farmer scored a line. Across the alluvial plains of the Ganga, the deepest corner of a domestic courtyard, where the grinding stone stood heavy, and round a single low flame trembled within a clay lamp. This diya had been burning since the previous evening, tended carefully by the matriarch of the household. It cast elongated, unsteady shadows that danced across the packed floor, shapes of ghosts and ancestors moving with hypnotic grace. The flame itself was an amber eye, blinking slowly against the encroaching gray light of the sky that filtered through the narrow roof slats. It was the signal, the soft, unwavering call for the household to begin its quiet ritual of waking. A hand reached out gently, a wrist adorned with thin silver bangles that barely chimed a sound like fragile glass in the deep quiet. The first movement was always the most difficult, breaking the dense spell woven by the night's deep rest. A woman slowly rose, stretching muscles that had carried the weight of the previous day's labor across the fields, and into the hearth her bare feet touched the cool, packed earth, a sensation both grounding and utterly familiar, comfort learned across a lifetime. She moved towards the kitchen area, which was little more than open air enclosure beneath a thatched overhang. Air there was thick with the faint memory of charcoal smoke and drying spices, coriander, and turmeric lingering in the atmosphere. First task was the washing of the vessels, copper pots and simple earthenware bowls, scrubbed with sand and water until they shone dully under the lamp's weak illumination. The water spilled onto the earth, dissolving instantly, leaving behind only a darker patch of dampness, a brief ephemeral existence. Rhythmic scrape of the sand against the copper was the second sound of the morning, following the sparrow, and the steady breathing was a sound of humble industry, of continuity, a reassurance that the world outside the Gupta court and the lofty scholars still required simple maintenance and The grinding stone would begin its duty transforming dried pulses into flour for the morning meal. This was not a swift, violent rotation, but a slow, careful turning requiring steady strength and a measured pace. The stone groaned slightly, protesting its task, a deep resonant whisper that traveled only a few yards before being absorbed by the surrounding quiet. The fine white flour dust settled like delicate powdered snow upon the shoulders of the woman working the weight of the mortar and pestle. It was the material reality of the golden age sustenance, gained through patient manual repetition, repeated in every village from Nalanda to Saurashtra. Meanwhile, outside the walls of the dwelling, the first light truly began to paint the eastern horizon. It was not a sudden burst of gold, but a slow bleed of rose and saffron staining the high drifting clouds. The ancient stone gate posts of the town appeared momentarily, silhouetted massive guards watching over the slow emergence of day dew, collected heavily upon the broad, flat leaves of the banana trees, creating perfect clear beads reflecting the nascent suna. Small boy stirred beneath his thin cotton covering, pulled loosely over a rough hemp mattress. He was dreaming of flying kites painted with the glorious colors of Shiva, dreams that soon would dissipate into the bright demands of the day. His father, the farmer, was already preparing the bullocks outside the lean-to stable attached to their home. The animals shifted their weight, heavily chains rattling softly as they responded to the sound of their master's approach. The farmer spoke to them in low, reassuring murmurs, words passed down through generations of reliance upon these strong, patient beasts. Checked the harness ropes made of tightly twisted jute, ensuring their strength for the long hours ahead. In the flooded rice paddies, the smell of the bullocks was strong and earthy, a powerful organic musk that mingled with the sweet scent of hay and the cold morning air. He moved with the practiced economy of a man whose body knew the land intimately, knew exactly how much force was needed for every task. Did not rush. There was no need for haste in this agricultural rhythm where the sun and the seasons set the ultimate unyielding pace. The Gupta Empire's wealth did not solely reside in its gold coinage or its intricate temples, but in the quiet efficiency of this man's daily commitment. Etched onto the very contours of the earth, he worked the deep lines of the plow, mirroring the lines etched onto his forehead. The faint tolling of a bell could now be heard from the distant cluster of stupas, marking the slow beginning of the monk's morning devotion. It was a single sustained note, a deep vibration that seemed to cleanse the air of the lingering vestiges of night and doubt. This peaceful resonance traveled across the sleeping market stalls, past the darkened jewelry shops where silver and gems awaited the daylight appraisal. The city was stirring, but still cloaked in deference to the early hour, maintaining a decorum that defined the sophisticated Gupta culture. The scribes in the great libraries still held their quiet vigil among the thousands of palm leaf manuscripts where knowledge was stored like precious spice. They had been working through the night, transcribing the vast body of astronomical observations, charting the movements of Rahu and Ketu. Their lamps burned slightly lower now, their eyes tired, but satisfied, having completed another of the complex calculation. The floor of the library was cool, stone, polished, smooth by centuries of bare feet walking the paths of wisdom. Only sound in that great repository was the nearly imperceptible turning of a brittle leaf or the soft scratch of a stylus. Across the wax board they documented not the wars or the conquests, but the slow, steady unfolding of human understanding, the deep, quiet work of civilization itself. This work was the true gold of the age, a wealth that could not be stolen by invaders or diminished by famine. It was the quiet pursuit of order and beauty, reflected in the precise geometry of a carved ceiling or the perfectly measured line of Sanskrit verse. The day was now truly beginning to assert itself, the rosy light touching the peaks of the surrounding hills, a gentle benediction. The farmer led his bullocks out of the village, their pace slow and deliberate towards the distant fields where the water lay waiting. The woman in the courtyard finished her grinding the fine powder, now gathered carefully into a woven basket, ready for the mixing. The scholar pushed back from his desk, rubbing the sleep from his eyes, surveying the neat columns of symbols that proved the sphere of the earth. Everything moved in its appointed orbit, slow, measured, tranquil, a perfect representation of the ordinary daily life beneath the golden canopy of the Gupta Empire. And we watch these shadows lengthen and retreat, feeling the weight of the ancient stone beneath our feet, allowing the gentle cadence of this quiet continuation to carry us deeper into the soft realm of slumber. The sunlight had deepened into a molten amber hue, resting heavily upon the rooftop tiles of baked clay. The day was now utterly suspended, motionless in the thick, warm air that blanketed the Gangetic plains. A profound stillness had fallen over the city. The clamor and cries of the early marketplace were long since absorbed into the silence only. The high distant chirping of cicadas pulsed like a tiny metallic thread woven into the fabric of the noon quiet. We move now away from the sun-drenched avenues toward the places of shadow and contemplation. We seek the courtyards where the pursuit of knowledge thrived under the patronage of the Gupta kings. These were spaces cloaked in the cool, deep velvet darkness provided by centuries-old banyan trees. Their aerial roots descended like silent gray ropes connecting the earthly floor to the distant sky. Air here smelled not of spices or sweat, but of dry paper, of aged wood, and of the faint soothing scent of sandalwood smoke that lingered from morning prayers within. One such hushed chamber sat a scholar, a master of the celestial mechanics. He was focused, utterly absorbed in the silent language of numbers. His work illuminated the path of the moon, the precise transit of Jupiter, and the predictable rhythm of the ancient constellations. The light filtering through the intricately carved Yali screen fell upon his hands, illuminating the meticulous care with which he worked. His fingers moved delicately across a collection of dried palm leaf manuscripts known as the Pothesi. Leaf had been carefully dried, pressed, and polished to surface, prepared for the etching of eternal truths. He did not use ink, often here instead. He employed a fine stylus to scratch the Devanagari script into the tough, resilient fibers of the leaf. Process was slow, precise, and demanded infinite patience. The whisper of the stylus making its tiny furrow was the only sound permitted in that deep sanctuary. It was a sound like dry grass being moved by the gentlest summer breath. He worked with concepts that spanned millennia, dealing with the infinite cycles of time and the vast empty spaces between the stars. His mind effortlessly traversed immense distances, measuring arcs and angles that the common eye could never perceive. Weight of time felt palpable in this room, pressed into the heavy ceiling beams and etched into the grain of the dark wooden pillars. Paused, occasionally allowing his eyes to rest upon the intricate diagram he had just completed. It charted the relationship between the earth and the sun, a model of astonishing accuracy achieved through sheer intellectual rigor. The geometry he used was pure, the mathematics elegant, almost poetic in its structure. This pursuit of zero and infinity was the quiet engine driving the golden age. The subtle strength beneath the sheen of gold coinage. Beside him rested a brass water clock, a simple yet ingenious device marking the passing moments with absolute fidelity. A tiny stream of water flowed steadily from a small hole in a copper bowl suspended in a larger vessel. As the inner bowl filled, it sank, marking one unit of time called a nadi. Low, soft, persistent glugging sound of the water was the metronome of his profound concentration. He adjusted the small floating indicator, ensuring its vertical alignment was perfect. Every action was deliberate, slow, controlled, a meditation disguised as scholarly work. The sun had shifted slightly, sending a new sliver of pale gold light across the dust motes, dancing lazily in the air. These tiny particles, suspended perpetually in the sunbeam, seemed to him like the smallest stars in a localized universe. He lifted a new palm leaf, preparing its surface by gently rubbing it with a block of polished jasper. This smoothed the fibers, ensuring the stylus would glide without snagging. He was preparing to transcribe observations made during the previous night regarding the shadow cast by the gnomon at solar noon. The gnomon itself stood outside in the center of the courtyard. An ancient, upright pillar of flawless gray granite was a simple instrument, yet capable of revealing the secrets of the Earth's tilt and the precise length of the solar year. The scholar drew a deep, slow breath, filling his lungs with the aged air of the room. The air felt cool against his skin, a blessed relief from the oppressive stillness outside the sanctuary. walls he began to write, tracing the flowing curves of the numerals that were his language. The sound of the scratching stylus resumed its hypnotic rhythm, pulling the listener deep into the moment. The minutes stretched into an eternity of quiet focus. Shawl woven from unbleached cotton rested loosely over his shoulders, its texture rough against the smoothness of the stone floor. The only adornment in the room was a small bronze sculpture of the goddess Saraswati holding her veena, symbolizing music and learning. Its polished surface caught the dim light, reflecting a soft, diffused sheen that did not distract but soothed the eye. He shifted his posture, slightly moving his legs, which had been folded beneath him for a very long time. This movement was almost imperceptible, a soft rustle of simple cloth against the ancient stone. Mind, however, remained fixed entirely on the complex calculations before him. We live as a scholar in his trance of numbers and turn our attention to another necessary silent craft taking place nearby. Move into a low-roofed workshop, specializing in the creation of fine clay seals and terracotta figurines. This was the art of the common man, yet it preserved the daily life of the empire in intimate small details. The workshop was warm, filled with the heavy mineral scent of wet clay and fine river silt. The potter sat cross-legged before his low wheel, which was turned not by a foot pedal, but by a slow, steady hand movement from an apprentice. The wheel spun with a low, contented purr, a sound that suggested both industry and infinite leisure. The master potter was working on a series of small devotional plaques intended for domestic shrines. His hands moved with practiced grace, shaping the form of Ganesha, the elephant-headed god of new beginnings. The clay was a smooth, rich, reddish-brown, a velvet earth that yielded instantly to the pressure of his thumb. He did not rush each indentation. Each curve of the clay was placed with deliberate slowness, a reverence for the material itself. He used only the simplest tools, a thin, wooden spatula for smoothing and a reed stylus for delicate etching. The details of the deity's clothing and ornaments were etched into the surface before the clay had fully set. This meticulous detail demanded perfect stillness of the hand and a steady eye. Small space beneath the low roof was dark, but enough light filtered in to highlight the wet sheen on the newly molded objects. They glistened softly, waiting for their journey into the high-heat kiln. Later that evening, apprentice moved slowly around the workshop, stacking the finished dry pieces onto wooden shelves lined with fine rice husks. The motion of the apprentice's bare feet scuffing against the packed earth floor was a soft, repeated whisper outside. The sun continued its slow, relentless arc toward the west. The intensity of the light was beginning to soften, gradually shifting from harsh amber toward a diffused gold. The sounds of the afternoon were muted, the occasional distant call of a street vendor selling cooling buttermilk barely penetrating the thick walls. The potter paused momentarily to dip his hands into a bowl of cool, clean water. The sound of the water dripping from his fingers back into the bowl was sharp and clear in the silence. He took a small lump of fresh, kneaded clay and began to work it between his palms, preparing it for a new shape. The rhythmic slapping sound of the clay being patted and centered was deep and satisfying, a sound of fundamental creation. This clay, once fired, would last for centuries, bearing witness to the faces and forms of the Gupta era. These small, unpretentious figures were the true record keepers, the silent storytellers of daily devotion. He began shaping the delicate head of a mother goddess, a symbol of fertility and domestic prosperity. Pressed the clay gently, coaxing the soft features into existence. The curve of the neck, the slight tilt of the head, the simple, heavy jewelry worn by the figure, all appeared under his slow, steady hands. It was a process of uncovering rather than building, as if the form was already latent within the earth itself. The heat within the workshop kept the atmosphere heavy and still almost devotional in its quiet intensity. The apprentice brought him a piece of fresh birch bark, offering him a drink of cooling spiced water kept in a polished copper or in the cool metal of the urn. Felt heavy and solid, a contrast to the yielding softness of the clay. He drank slowly, deliberately replacing the moisture lost to the heat and the intense labor. He wiped his hands on a coarse piece of linen, returning immediately to his small masterpiece. Terracotta objects stood waiting in rows, absorbing the last of the room's meager light. They held the potential energy of fire within them, waiting for the transformation that would make them hard. And immortal, the slow turning of the wheel, the soft slap of the clay, the occasional hush of the stylus. These were the sounds of permanence. They were the sounds that echoed across the millennia, carrying the true music of the Gupta heartland. The afternoon continued its slow, deliberate decline. Toward the evening star, the stillness deepened, inviting the mind to wander, to relax, and to sink further into the deep. Historical quiet. We rest here in the cool air, listening to the silence of the dedicated craftsman, the sculptor of earth and the measurer of stars. They represent the hidden strength of this golden age. A strength built on slow, steady focus and an infinite respect for time itself. The soft breath of the wind finally stirred the palm fronds outside, casting fluttering shadows. On the packed earth floor, the slow hypnotic cycle of the ancient day continued, unbroken, serene, and deep hush. Fell now heavier than the granite above us. The air hung thick and cool against the skin. Carried the scent of dry earth and millennia of sleep. No current moved within this subterranean vault, only the slow cooling breath of the deep earth. We stood cloaked in shadow at the mouth of the descending path, stone steps worn smooth by pilgrims. Long dissolved into dust, each step downward was a movement away from the world of light, a slow surrender to the velvet darkness. Waiting below our low lamp cast an amber glow upon the narrow passage walls, revealing glyphs etched deeply into the ancient stone. They depicted figures with elongated limbs and serene, silent faces, a procession moving toward a central sun that never shone. Dust settled instantly upon the hems of our heavy robes. The silence here was absolute, profound. It absorbed all sound, all whisper, all hurried thought. Silence that felt weighted with forgotten names and distant ages. We moved slowly, our pace dictated by reverence and the precious lack of air. The ceiling began to grow higher, the space opening suddenly into a vast cavernous chamber. The air shifted slightly, now carrying a faint metallic sweetness. The walls vanished, swallowed by the immensity of the space above our heads. In the center of the deep cavern lay a body of water, of purest obsidian, perfectly still. No ripple disturbed its glassy seamless surface. It reflected the massive arched ceiling. High above us, like a second inverted sky, this was not a turbulent spring, nor a rushing river. It was a cistern of perfect suspension. Beside the still water stood a colossal monolith of polished black marble. It was utterly unadorned, free of inscription or carving or human touch. Its sheer surface captured the weak lamp light and held it captive in frozen gleams. Perfect void standing silent guard over the unmoving pool. We felt the subtle pull of its geometry, its cold mathematical presence. The silence surrounding the monolith was deeper, somehow more resonant. It was the silence of pure crystalline structure, untouched by the erosion of time. We approached the water's edge, our footsteps muffled by the lingering dust. The surface offered no clarity, no invitation, only depth. It was a liquid absence, reflecting only the darkness from which it arose. The chamber felt engineered for this specific stillness, for the preservation of this specific monumental quietude. We gazed downward into the black reflection, seeking any sign of movement or life, but found only the perfect copy of the cold stone ceiling high above. Low frequency vibration began, then moving through the stone floor. It was not a tremor of the earth, nor the settling of rock. It was a sustained hum, too slow for the human ear to truly register. More, a deep feeling registered within the core of the bone. The great monolith seemed to absorb this vibration, intensifying its density, its utter coldness. We watched the surface of the obsidian pool with suspended breath. It remained perfectly still, refusing the vibration that subtly shook the very foundation. Then something happened that defied the laws of reflection. Light, a shape began to form, not on the water, but slowly rising from deep within the water. A swirling plume of illumination far beneath the black surface. It was milky white, slightly blue, a cold inner luminescence pulsed slowly, deliberately, like a sleeping heart. Within the abyss, this light was not reflected from our lamp. It was intrinsic to the depths themselves. It had no heat, only a profound chill, an ancient cold blue whisper. Offered no harsh glare, only a soft hypnotic drift. The plume swelled, expanding beneath the unmoving liquid skin. The color deepened from pale mist to a rich, silent azure. We waited suspended in the moment where known geometry meets pure myth, the silent monolith, the still water, the rising cold. Blue I taste slow beckoning into. A mystery far deeper than history itself allows. Journey had become less about finding ruined stone and more about finding resonance, and as that deep, soft blue light swelled beneath the surface, we understood this chamber was merely a polished threshold, a perfectly aligned gateway to something truly ancient. Truly dreaming beneath the earth, the light grew stronger, softer, drawing the attention, holding the very breath it began to rotate slowly, a majestic, turning deep beneath the reflective. Sheen, an internal clock marking time on a scale that shattered human comprehension. We stood mesmerized, held captive by the blue, turning, knowing that the next step, the next slow breath would lead us beyond the edge of the known world into the slow, quiet coldness of that emerging light. The shadow deepened far beyond the hour of the final evening meal. The earth itself felt submerged beneath a sheath of cooling air. We linger here beside the ancient wellhead, its stone that perpetually cool perpetually. Damp, a single low flame still burns within the inner courtyard of the home. It is an amber eye watching the slow passage of the deep night. This flame rests within a clay lamp. Its oil is sesame oil, thick and slow, releasing the faintest scent of smoke. And warmth, the outer world has long since retreated into muted silence. Chirping of the cicadas, once a loud insistence, has faded into a faint whisper at the edge of hearing. We listen closely for the sound of the grinding stone, but that sound of domestic labor has been stilled since sundown. Now, there's only the slow settling of the dry earth. Thick adobe walls of the sleeping chamber hold the residual heat of the afternoon sun, releasing it now in slow, measured waves. This is the breath of the Gupta house, slow, steady, rhythmic exhalation. The moonlight falls in strict silver panels across the courtyard floor, illuminating the patterns etched by the feet of generations. It is an ancient floor, smooth by centuries of barefoot passing. It offers a profound coolness to the solace of resting feet. Look closer at the sleeping arrangements. The common man of this age did not sleep upon high carved platforms. He slept close to the earth upon a mat woven from river reeds. These mats are supple, soft, and offer a gentle resistance to the weight of the body. They smell faintly of dry grass and sunshine. We settle now upon one such mat, feel the slightly yielding surface beneath your weight. The air is still cloaked in the quietude of a deeply agricultural society, at rest, a world where the sleep cycle follows the lunar cycle. And the light of the fireflies is often brighter than the light of the city. If you listen very, very carefully, you might catch the distant faint sound of a temple bell rung perhaps by a solitary devotee tending to the late rituals, but the sound is submerged almost entirely by the distance and the profound hush. It arrives as a vibration rather than a sound. A tremor moving through the ancient stone foundation beneath us. The dreams within these mud brick homes are simple dreams, not of empire or conquest, but of rainfall and fertile soil, of the safe return of the cattle, and the successful storage of the paddy rice harvest. The ordinary preoccupations of a golden age were primarily logistical and agricultural. Observe the deep indigo velvet sky above the courtyard. Opening it is strewn with sharp pinpricks of light, the constellations known to the astronomers of Ujjain are visible tonight unobstructed by the smoke or haze of intense industry. The sky itself feels closer, feels heavier with history. Your gaze drifts slowly among those distant silent fires and feel the quiet weight of the vast distance and the immense time. 2,000 years dissolve easily in this pervasive stillness. The oil lamp flickers once a sudden small movement, casting a brief shadow that dances across the simple wooden chest against the wall. This chest holds the family's wealth, perhaps a few silver coins stamped with the archer king Chandragupta, perhaps the deeds to the land, but mostly it holds the clean folded clothes prepared for the morning ablutions, the material wealth of the common Gupta citizen was manageable, tangible, domesticate. Allowed for this profound resignation to the peace of the night, there is a slight draft, now a slow serpentine curl of cooler air. It carries the faint perfume of night blooming jasmine growing just beyond the outer wall. This scent is delicate, ephemeral, is gone almost before you can fully draw it in the architecture of this period favored small courtyards and thick walls designed to keep the relentless heat at bay during the day and to retain the quietness during the night. We are shielded here, protected. From the endless hum of the world beyond, imagine the feel of the cool, polished clay floor on your bare feet. Texture smooth yet slightly gritty. The hallmark of natural, unadorned material. This is the beauty of the boring life. The predictable, soothing sensation of familiar things. The predictable, soothing decay of sound into silence. Notice the weight of your eyelids. Now they grow heavy, slow-moving light. The movement of the monsoon clouds across the horizon in the height of the summer slow, deliberate. Inevitable, we sink deeper now into the rhythm of this ancient household. The breathing of this sleeping inhabitants is steady. Shared deep slow rhythm of quiet repose. There are no urgent demands here in the depths of the night, only the slow turning. Of the earth, the slow drift of the moon across the roofland. Slow dissolution of the day's concerns into the encompassing dark. Let the sounds of your own modern worries be swept away by the hushed movements of the air in this ancient space. The air itself is still waiting, patient, carrying the lingering aroma of turmeric and cooked lentils from the evening meal, faintly present. It is the smell of safety, the smell of home. The low walls are not high walls. They're merely boundaries marking the sacred space of rest, a boundary between the sleeping self and the watchful, quiet universe close. Your eyes now and allow the cool sensation of the ancient stone floor beneath. The reed mat, residual tension downward into the very soil. Of this sleeping kingdom, the pulse of this land is slow. The pulse of this moment is entirely serene. We are cloaked now, entirely submerged in the amber glow and the velvet silence of an ordinary night. In the extraordinary golden age, deep peace awaits deep. Sleep arrives on the breath of the ancient air, slow and deep and slow. Sound of a distant river Ganga had softened now. It was only a deep oceanic hum beneath the silence. Residual whisper carried on the slow-moving air of the late hour. Oil lamp set high on the polished teakwood sill cast a singular amber pool. It was a soft, warm heart beating slowly in the deep indigo chill of the Gupta night shadows, stretched long and distorted across the plastered walls of the inner chamber. They seemed to breathe and shift with the tiny flicker of the flame. A small circle of light protected this quiet world, while the great city of Pataliputra lay cloaked entirely in the heavy velvet darkness outside. Here within this small space, the scent of dried sandalwood and aged paper lingered. The air itself felt heavy with learning and the slow accumulation of generations of thought. A scholar sat cross-legged upon a woven grass mat, his posture still and effortless. He was tracing lines on small of a palm leaf manuscript. The weight of the leaf was negligible in his hand, yet it bore the tremendous weight of the ancient knowledge. Held the stylus gently in extension of his own steady breath. His movements were infinitesimal, delicate, precise. The fine black ink made from soot and carefully processed gums adhered instantly to the pale dry fiber. Each letter, each syllable was etched into the surface with profound deliberation. This was not hurried transcription, but a ritual of permanence. Conversation across centuries held in the hushed glow of a single oil wick. The sound the stylus made was a faint dry scratch, almost like a cricket rubbing its legs, but slower, much slower. Was the sound of wisdom being born into material form. Gentle rhythmic friction against the stillness of the midnight hour. Scholar's eyes heavy with fatigue, but alight with focus, moved with the deliberate pace of a slow drifting cloud. He was contemplating the geometry of the stars, the deep mathematics, refined by Aryabhat equations that mapped the movement of spheres, far beyond the reach of the human eye. Held perfectly contained within this small chamber, this humble space. The cooling air that seeped in through the high lattice window brought with it the scent of wet earth. It smelled of the nearby garden where jasmine and night-flowering nymphea released their strongest perfumes. The scholar paused, his hand hovering above the page. He listened to the silence. It was never truly silent in the heart of the golden age. Even asleep, the city exhaled a low collective sigh, but now the loudest sound was the tiny consumption of the cotton wick. by the clarified butter feeding the lampe sound, like quiet sipping. He reached slowly for a small bowl of fresh water. The water was cool, reflecting the amber light in a sharp, brief shimmer. He dipped his thumb and forefinger lightly into the surface, wetting the tired skin. Then, he brought the cool touch to his eyelids, a fleeting, refreshing shock. Against the long vigil, he did not rush the action, savoring the smooth texture of the water. Everything was slow, every movement weighted by the reverence for the task at hand across. The room resting against the supporting column were several bundles of completed texts. They were tied with thick lengths of rust crud, protecting the precious knowledge within. Silk was smooth and cool to the touch, bearing the gentle dust of undisturbed time. He imagined the hands that would one day untie those knots, perhaps 1,000 years hence, reading these very words, these exact calculations, etched so carefully tonight. The feeling was one of profound connection to the future, a quiet responsibility that transcended his own brief lifetime. He turned his attention now to the preparation of a remedy. Medical knowledge of the Gupta era was vast, codified carefully in the texts of Sushruta and Charaka. The science of life required patience and precision. He slid an ancient mortar and pestle closer. It was carved from black stone, cool to the touch, immensely heavy. The pestle was smooth where generations of hands had held and rotated. I placed a few dried rhizomes of turmeric into the bowl, along with the brittle, pale shavings of ginger root dried perfectly in the sun. Then a slow, rhythmic work began. Sound of the stone grinding against the stone was a low, comforting thud, a slow, consistent percussion that spoke of natural order. Thud, grind, thud. The substances inside slowly surrendered their structure, becoming a fine golden powder. Scent release was sharp and earthy, filling the chamber instantly. Was a cleansing smell, driving away the stagnation of the night air. He added small, dark seeds of cardamom. These were crushed much more easily, releasing a high, sharp fragrance, instantly recognizable. A breath of deep spice carried on the air currents created by the movement of the pestle. This slow grinding continued for what felt like an immense span of time, 10 minutes, 30 minutes. The scholar remained utterly focused on the texture of the powder. Beneath the stone, feeling the transformation from hardness to yielding silk, fine, soft. His hands moved in the ancient practiced motion, circular and powerful, yet gentle. He was an instrument of the earth, bringing its healing powers into alignment. When the powder was finally ready, perfectly homogeneous, a cloud of golden dust settled momentarily around the rim of the mortar. Scooped the mixture carefully using a small, polished piece of deer horn. Not one speck was wasted. This simple powder was a world of complex natural chemistry perfected over centuries of observation. He placed it in a small stoppered clay jar, freshly baked and smelling faintly of the earth. Texture of clay was rough against his fingertips, a pleasing contrast to the smooth, polished mortar. He sealed the jar with a thin disc of soft beeswax. The silence deepened after the grinding ceased. Only the crickets held their post outside, now singing their shrill, unending chorus into the night there. Sound was the perfect auditory blanket, repetitive, insistent, soothing. He looked toward the window beyond the lattice work. The moon had traveled significantly across the dome of the sky. It was a sliver of milky white light hanging perfectly above the dark outline of the distant temple spire. The stars seemed impossibly bright in the clear Gupta air, each one a diamond point of focused cold light against the infinite black velvet. Imagine the great celestial sphere turning slowly, silently. Mechanism of perfect harmony that underpinned the smaller human world. He rose slowly without disturbing the silence, his limbs protesting briefly against the long sitting, but relaxing instantly into the familiar stretch. He walked across the cool plaster floor of the chamber. His bare feet made no sound, a faint sighing, friction against the smoothness. He paused by a low brass basin filled with water. The brass was cool, dark, oxidized, its surface reflecting the lamplight in a dull golden glow. He lifted a small bronze cup carefully and drank the cool, clean water in slow, careful sips. Each swallow was deliberate, mindful, the taste of pure water satisfying the body's quiet demand. He returned to his mat not to work, but simply to wait to observe the slow surrender of the deep night toward the dawn. He sat near the window, now allowing the coolness of the air To wash over his face, the scent of wet earth grew stronger, promising the approach of morning dew. He closed his eyes, not seeking sleep yet, but seeking a different kind of vision, the internal vision afforded by profound stillness. He listened to the way the air moved through the narrow slits of the lattice, its gentle sighing sound, like breathing. He imagined the vast landscape of the Gupta Empire stretching out beyond these walls, the slow flowing rivers, the dense mango groves, the ancient roads, paved with worn stone all, lying perfectly still under the protective shadow of the night. He thought of the merchants sleeping in the caravanserais, their oxen chewing softly in the dark, the potters dreaming of the perfect curvature of the clay vessel, the royal guards standing motionless beneath the towering pillars of the palace gates, the collective unconsciousness of a civilization resting, waiting for the sun. The silence became richer textured, complex. It was not absence of sound, but the convergence of countless tiny natural noises woven into a single soft soundscape, faint rustle of dry palm leaves in the topmost branches of the nearby ashok tree, the quiet drip of water somewhere far off, a steady metronome of time passing, the soft thud of a ripe fruit falling onto the mossy earth of the courtyard. Each sound was utterly distinct, yet entirely subsumed by the overall quiet. He felt the weight of the ancient stone around him, the sturdy walls of the building. They were warm from the day's heat, now slowly releasing that warmth into the surrounding air. Gentle thermal exchange, a slow surrender to the chill of the morning. This structure had stood for centuries, witnessing the slow procession of kings and scholars. Its presence was reassuring, immutable. He leaned back slightly against the cold, smooth plaster, feeling the stability of the Gupta construction. The architecture designed to withstand not only the storms of weather, but the storms of time. He focused on the amber light of the lamp. It had burned down significantly now. The flame, smaller, less ambitious, it was sinking gently into the ghee, leaving the reservoir around it dark and glossy. The remaining time before dawn could be measured by the consumption of that simple fuel, a natural slow clock marking the final hours of darkness, allowed his mind to drift away from the specific focus of the night's work, letting go of the equations, letting go of the careful preparation of the herbs, allowing the simple sensation of existing to take precedence, the faint cool touch of the air on the skin of his neck, the deep even rhythm of his own breathing rising and falling beneath the sound of the crickets, the quiet pressure of the woven mat beneath his legs, sensations melting into pure comfort. The velvet darkness outside the window seemed to press closer, now no longer threatening, but entirely encompassing. Safe, a blanket of deepest indigo spun from the finest threads of night. He knew that soon the indigo would begin to soften, to dilute toward the pale gray of pre-dawn. The cock would crow far off, a sharp sound tearing the fabric of the sustained quiet, but not yet. For now, there's only the slow, deep peacefulness of the golden age sleep in the heart of the great empire, pausing its enormous rhythm to rest. He drew his breath in slowly, deliberately, holding the silence within his chest for a brief moment, then letting the air escape on a long, slow exhale, sinking deeper into the sense of profound stillness feeling. The weight of his own body become immense, heavy, anchored to the cooling floor. The amber light flickered one last time, a tiny ripple of movement across the stillness. Then it settled back into its slow, constant, mesmerizing glow, the only witness to the peaceful passage of time in this ancient chamber. Surrender now to the enveloping silence, the quiet comfort of the enduring stone, the gentle presence of the slow fading light. Let the vast stillness of the Gupta night hold you now, deeply, slowly, safely wrapped entirely in the soothing cloak of history's deepest sleep. The low humming sound of the ancient river far away, a continuous flow of time washing over the world, carrying every thought, every care, every small worry gently downstream, leaving only the heavy quiet comfort of the deep restful night. The air here had thickened into something resembling velvet dust. A profound hush settled upon the ancient stone floor. Sound of breath seemed an outrageous intrusion in this deep quiet. A single shaft of moonlight piercing the high vault was amber gold. It illuminated motes of suspended time drifting in the chilled gloom. This chamber was older than memory itself, etched by ages untold. A Silence, deeper than the earth, wrapped itself around the listener. It was the quiet of secrets perfectly kept beneath the mountain resting. On a pedestal of chipped marble stood the focus of the quest. A cylinder of darkened crystal held its silent captive knowledge within. The glass casing a scroll of cured papyrus lay coiled tightly. Its color was the faded purple of sunset on a deserted coastline. The material felt impossibly fragile, cloaked in the stillness of history. Spoke not with a voice, but with the weight of centuries pressing down. You leaned closer, your shadow lengthening upon the cold, polished floor. The single word was visible upon the outer edge of the winding sheath etched. Not carved into the material, a cryptic glyph of the void. The chamber seemed to exhale a sigh of forgotten moisture as the casing shifted with the slightest, almost imperceptible vibration. The obsidian cylinder yielded its captive knowledge slowly. The papyrus began to unroll itself, driven by unseen mechanics. It was a language of shadows and deep earth spoken only. To the dust, the words that emerged were not of kingdoms or of forgotten battles. They spoke instead of the geometry of light passing through dark water, the slow turning of the cosmic clock beneath. The sleeping world, the passage described the river of dreams flowing backward into dawn. It detailed the precise angle of the sun at the moment the architects vanished. A catalogue of stars known only to the first keepers of the great. Silence your eyes, scan the meticulous script, impossibly small and precise. The ink was the color of dried blood absorbed into the purple fiber. Every character was a miniature labyrinth. A doorway into the past one line seemed to burn faintly with an internal luminescence. It spoke of the ultimate repository. Chamber cloaked in shadow, the place where the last echo of the first sound was eternally held a truth hidden not by distance, but by the unbearable simplicity of its existence. You felt the deep pull of the ancient words drawing your consciousness, mirrored sinking into the slow rhythm of the historical immersion, allowing the meaning to seep into the stillness of your quiet mind. Knowledge itself felt like a heavy stone settled deeply in the soft earth. It was not meant for waking consumption, but for the velvet hours of rest. Let the density of the history become the softness of your pillow now. The gravity of the forgotten past anchor your steady breathing. Air grew heavier, weighted down by the invisible pressure of time. The very molecules of the room seemed reluctant to move as the scroll continued its slow, deliberate unveiling. It revealed a map drawn not with lines, but with the absence of light. Charted a path through the internal landscape of a dreaming city, a city built of basalt and impossible geometry. Suspended in the deep, the map showed 5 pivotal points connected by threads of pure silver. Point was marked with a symbol of celestial navigation. A profound recognition settled upon you, an almost primal understanding. This was not merely a record, but an operational Kaya method to unlock the very structure of the buried edifice. Silence surrounding the pedestal became absolute, crystalline, and sharp. Your attention was drawn not by the words, but by the stillness beyond Thema. Coldness began to seep through the ancient stone, chilling your hands. It was a deliberate coldness, not merely the ambient temperature of the ruin. A low resonance started vibrating deep within the bedrock, a sound too deep for the ear to truly register, felt instead within the chest like the distant ringing of a bell submerged beneath a dark ocean. It was calling out to something ancient and perhaps newly awake. The scroll stopped its unrolling midway, suspended in mid-air, and then the light changed above you. Single amber ray from the high vault shifted suddenly to an unnerving silver hue. Silver light did not feel natural. It felt deliberate and cold. It illuminated not the scroll, but the very edges of the silent chamber, revealing symbols previously obscured beneath layers of velvet dust. These were not the symbols of the makers of the papyrus. They were foreign marks, obsidian black and utterly silent, etched deep into the flanking walls of polished diorite. They resembled keys or skeletal hands reaching out toward the center. An unmistakable sense of being observed descended upon the quiet room. You realized you were not alone in this deep subterranean stillness. Something had entered the space, not physically perhaps, but through the shifting boundaries of the silver light itself. It was a presence that felt vast, cold, and immensely patient. It waited in the periphery of your vision, and the very breath you held. The silver Light began to pulse slowly, a heartbeat felt only by the ancient stone. Air now carried a faint scent of ozone and chilled metal, the secret that had been guarded for so long felt suddenly exponable to the vast silent scrutiny of the unknown entity. The resonance in the floor intensified, a low guttural hum. It suggested immense mechanisms turning far below your feet. The entire architecture of the ruin seemed to be shifting, slightly adjusting, responding to the silver light. And the silent presence, you felt an inexplicable urge to turn back toward the entrance corridor. Your gaze was anchored to the silver reflections dancing on the scroll. Final words visible upon the fragile purple surface seemed to ripple. They no longer detailed the geometry of light, but posed a single question, a question written in the language of the hidden city itself. It asked about the nature of the Watcher's sleep. Now let the stillness hold you as the silver light grows stronger. Let the mystery of the echoing stone guide your deepening breath. We drift now toward the next threshold of the endless quiet. The vast silent entity observes your perfect stillness. It waits for the answer that only the sleeping mind can whisper. Let the cold silver wash over you, dissolving the last edges of waking thought. We descend deeper into the heart of the submerged city, following the thread of the question into the enveloping dark until the next slow turning of the silent revelation rests now. In the deep quiet between the stone and the light, the cool air of the coming night settled softly upon the ancient stone lintels of the courtyard. It drifted like a veil of damp, silk across the polished floor where the day's last heat had finally surrendered. The scent of cooling ghee and burnt almond wood clung faintly to the air, a hushed memory of the evening meal already passed away. Linger here in the shadow of the Gupta structures, tall and carefully wrought in this domestic sanctuary of Pataliputra. World outside the city walls, the grand movements of armies and scholars feels impossibly distant now only. The softest exhalation of life remains within these thick plastered walls designed to hold the silence. The earth itself seems to breathe slowly beneath the foundations laid by generations of patient builders. Thin thread of smoke, almost invisible, rises from the still glowing embers in the small kitchen hearth, a quiet sign of vigilance. It curls upward toward the narrow opening in the ceiling, a chimney of sorts, allowing the gentle escape of the day's residue. Sleeping mat, woven from dried river reeds, lies unrolled upon the inner veranda, offering its humble invitation to rest. Its texture is rough, yet reassuringly natural against the smoother finish of the lime-washed earthen floor. Near the edge of the mat sits a small brass water vessel, its surface dulled by age and countless quiet washings. It catches the sparse light filtering from a single niche lamp, an ember of amber flickering within the protective alcove. The lamp is fueled by sesame oil, burning with a steady, slow intensity that promises hours of gentle illumination. This small light defines the boundary between the absolute stillness of the sleeping chambers and the open immensity of the night sky above the uncovered yard. Listen closely now to the sound that is not a sound, the profound, quiescent hum of a settled civilization, a civilization rooted in the discovery of nothingness, the concept of zero, which holds the entire cosmos in its mathematical embrace. It is the age of Arya. Beta, the time when calculations of the heavens were etched onto palm leaves by careful, unhurried hands. We feel the weight of that quiet genius pressing down, not as burden, but as a comforting assurance of order. Quietude here is not an emptiness, but a profound fullness, a complete suspension of immediate concern. A small shelf carved into the mud brick wall holds two objects of simple importance. Is a tightly rolled scroll of religious verses, perhaps from the Vishnu Purana, bound neatly with a piece of faded ochre string. The other is a small wooden toy, a miniature carved bullock cart, its wheels meticulously shaped, representing the simple, enduring machinery of this golden age. Everything in this small space speaks of reverence and routine, of the slow, predictable turning of the domestic wheel. The very air feels heavy with the accumulated patience of those who knew the value of waiting. The profound necessity of the harvest cycle. The moon, a pale sickle, now begins its ascent over the furthest curve of the tiled roof, casting elongated spectral shadows that waver slightly. These shadows stretch and contract, mimicking the slow, steady rhythm of human breathing within the deep, cool chambers. Imagine the feel of the air on your skin, slightly chilled, almost medicinal after the humid, exhausting heat of the tropical day. It carries the faint, earthy aroma of monsoon soil still damp, beneath the dry surface where the recent rains have not yet evaporated completely. The walls themselves are constructed of thick, durable mud, mixed with rice husks and carefully plastered with cow dung and fine clay. This simple, ancient engineering provides the perfect insulation, a thermal cocoon against the excesses of the Indian climate inside. The primary sleeping room away from the open courtyard, the darkness is deep and velvet absolute here. The family sleeps, perhaps the aged grandmother, the hardworking merchant, the young child, all entwined in the shared safety of the household. Their breaths are synchronized, long, slow movements of the chest. A communal lullaby, entirely unconscious. The merchant has perhaps retired, having spent the day weighing fine muslin cloth, or calculating the interest on a loan using the ingenious decimal system of the Gupta scholars. His mind now drifts far from the bustling docks along the Ganga River where goods from distant lands arrive. He is free from the worry of Roman gold or the demanding quality of the finest Chinese silk he dealt with earlier. He is merely a human body resting beneath a light cotton sheet woven in the fields of Kalinga, a simple, unassuming drape. The quiet confidence of the Gupta era was not found in monuments of excessive size, but in the precise execution of small necessities. The roads were safe. The laws were just the rivers flowed freely, supporting the extensive agricultural base that fueled this prosperity. The water in the cistern outside is cool and still reflecting the few pale stars that have managed to pierce the soft atmospheric haze. A solitary lizard clings motionless to the high wall, its tiny body a dark shadow against the pale unplaster, waiting. With infinite patience, its presence is a silent guardian, a minor deity of the home existing within the cracks and crevices of the structure. The quiet rustle of its scales against the roughness of the wall is the only interruption to the overwhelming stillness. The memory of the day's labor is slowly dissolving like sugar in still water, receding to the deep reservoirs of the subconscious mind. Think of the hands that built this home. The hands that prepared the simple, nourishing food. The hands that polished the copper cooking pots. Hands that never sought fame or recognition, merely the stability of the long, peaceful reign of the Gupta kings. Their work was a silent hymn to permanence, a deep, unhurried commitment to the ordinary excellence of everyday life. We travel deeper into this hypnotic realm where the distinction between the past and the present gently fades. We are enveloped by the ancient silence, a vast encompassing stillness that defies the rapid movement of modern time. Smooth stone mortar used for grinding spices stands sentinel in the corner, its heavy pestle lying perfectly horizontal, a symbol of work completed. Faint lingering aroma of cardamom and black pepper rises slightly from its bowl, a ghost scent. Carried on the cool drafts, there is nothing here that demands attention, nothing that rushes or strains or begs for action only. The slow, deliberate passage of the earth, turning beneath the distant gaze of the immovable constellations. The Gupta Empire was not loud. It did not shout its achievements into the wind. It was simply profound in its quiet continuance. Perfected the subtle arts of administration, mathematics, astronomy, and domestic peace. Knowledge of how to live well, how to rest deeply, how to manage the slow rhythm of the years was their true golden secret. The sounds that might exist, a far-off dog barking or the soft lowing of a tethered cow, become integrated into the background hum of your own rest. These distant murmurs are merely texture upon the vast canvas of the night, nothing more than gentle auditory markers. The light from the niche lamp continues its slow burn, casting long, tranquil shadows across the floor of beaten earth. It suggests a soft golden path leading deeper and deeper into the quietude of this historical moment. You are safe within these ancient boundaries, protected by the quiet strength of the plaster and the cool embrace of the stone rest. Now, deeply submerged in the profound and unhurried stability of the Gupta night, where history itself pauses to breathe. The dust motes suspended in the final warmth of the receding day, they hang in the cloaked atmosphere above the silent workshops. Hush descends upon the ancient city of Pataliputra, last slivers of sunlight catching the edges of the carved wood. is the hour of transition, the slow, deliberate turning of the cosmic wheel, where the bright energy of Surya gives way to the deep. Repose of Chandra, feel the air cool against your skin, a gentle velvet drape. The heavy brass latch on the merchant's door slides shut with a sigh, sound that echoes the ending of commerce, the beginning of deep domestic quiet, the ancient stone structures. Absorb the day's accumulated heat, releasing it slowly back into the deepening gloomy warmth that is persistent, solid, comforting. The aroma of sandalwood smoke now begins its ascent, curling upward from the courtyard braziers, thin blue thread unwinding. Into the soft gray sky, the sound of the river Ganga itself is muffled, now a distant, steady whisper of massive water flowing onward, unconcerned. By the passing of the Gupta Golden Age, it has flowed this way for 10,000 years, and the rhythm of its movement is the rhythm of your breath, slowly settling. The shadows are long and heavy now. Stretch across the polished floor tiles of the inner chambers like long dark fingers tracing patterns of rust. Clay lamps are being lit one by one. There are small hesitant flames casting an amber glowy, soft warm light that pulls the room inward. The edges of the world soften and blur. The intricate carvings above the doorway, etched into the dark wood centuries ago, seem to move slightly in the trembling lamplight. They depict scenes of patient gods and ordinary farmers, a gentle continuity etched in every detail. The texture of the air is thicker now, almost palpable, like damp silk settling around you, breathing the scent of aged cedar and dried lotus blossoms. The day's hurried thoughts begin to dissolve, replaced by a comforting dullness, a weightlessness. Listen closely to the sound of the evening prepared, the slow grinding of spices with a heavy stone pestle, a rhythmic sound that lulls the mind, cardamom and turmeric releasing their deep earth notes, the distant call of a night watchman, a steady measured sound across the terracotta rooftops, assures a peace that is deep and unbroken. This age is known for its quiet stability, era when the world felt safe and predictable, a perfect time for deep sleep. Imagine the cool, smooth feel of a marble floor beneath your feet as you walk through the colonnaded hallway. The silence of the house wraps around you like a warm shawl. Velvet stillness of a prosperous home far from the anxieties of change. The moon rises higher above the trees, pale silver disk illuminating the dust motes. They float in the hushed air like tiny stars of the earth. The sky is a deep indigo in color, perfect backdrop for the gentle glow of the rising stars. Gupta astronomers charted these very constellations, mapping the steady, relentless movement of time itself, and now you simply watch them drift across your inner vision effortlessly, slowly sinking. The ancient stone walls surrounding the city stand firm, a deep, protective barrier against the restlessness of the world. Surface is rough, cool, etched by wind and rain. They hold the quiet story of every night that has passed, the weight of centuries. Pressing gently down, ensuring a deep, profound rest. Do not move, just allow the sensation of stillness to grow. Sound of water dripping from an unseen eaves, a soft, consistent plink into a stone basin, marks the steady, slow passage of time. Measured not in urgency, but in repose, the scent of jasmine drifts in from the gardenia, sweet, heavy perfume carried on the night breeze. Intertwined with the dry earth scent of the cooling pavement, everything is slowing down. The pulse of the city is becoming a low thrum, a deep, resonant vibration beneath the surface of sleep. Feel the gravity of the earth pulling you down further into the comfort of the moment. This medieval Indian night is cloaked in peace. The wealthy families are asleep on their soft cotton mattresses draped in fine muslin woven on patient looms. Threads are delicate, strong, tightly spun, much like the secure fabric of this historical age. The silence of the large halls is vast. It absorbs all the smaller worries, all the tiny frictions of the day, leaving only the sense of being held and safe. The amber light from the courtyard lamps flickers low, casting long dancing shadows on the plastered walls. These walls are thick, built to last 1,000 years. They breathe the slow, quiet breath of permanence. Think only of the texture of that stillness, the absolute calm of a prosperous empire at rest. Air itself feels heavy with history, deep, profound weight that presses you towards slumber. Imagine the smooth dark wood of a finely crafted chest, where the scrolls and records of the day are stored closed and secured until the morning sun returns, for now all effort has ceased. All reckoning is postponed. Slow process of sleep begins its work, healing, restoring. Calming the distant lowing of a tethered cow, a soft elemental sound of the night fields. It reinforces the simple reality of agrarian life, the bedrock upon which this great empire rests steady. Dependable, deeply rooted, the sensation of the pillow beneath. Your head is soft yielding, conforming exactly to the shape of your rest. You're sinking into the deep velvet of the nightlet. The ancient stone foundations of the Gupta city become the foundation of your own deep peace, solid, unwavering, eternal. The faint chime of a small bronze bell, perhaps a household shrine or temple, nearby, its sound is clean, pure, fading quickly into the darkness. It cleanses the air of residual thought, leaving only space for the quiet unfolding of dreams. The long night stretches out ahead, a vast silent ocean of time waiting for your descent deep into the quiet waters, where the light is always soft and the sounds are always gentle. Memory of the day is now a faint impression, like footprints in the dust that the cooling air begins to erase. The darkness is not empty, it is full of repose. It is filled with the slow, quiet life of the past. The breath is deep and even now an automatic, unwavering rhythm tied to the deep cycles of the earth itself. Feel the simple comfort of the cloth draped over you, lightness of the cotton, the coolness of the air beneath, perfect temperature, perfect stillness. Imagine the meticulous care of the artisans who work this wood, who carve this stone, their patience, their focus, their quiet dedication. That same slow, patient energy is now entering your rest. A gentle, powerful force urging deeper calm. Scent of drying earth after a brief evening moisture. Rich, loamy smell rising from the courtyard garden. It speaks of renewal, growth. Deep, quiet lifefall. The restless energy of the sun has departed, leaving behind only a warm memory and amber haze at the edge of the world, and you are safely in the center of the deep calm. Walls of the room are closing in gently, not confining, but securing, protecting a chamber, absolute rest. The sound of insects chirping in the foliage outside, a continuous quiet static of the night, a steady hum that paradoxically enhances the silence. It is the music of the deeply resting earth. Listen to the steady beat of your own heart, a muffled drum within the chamber of your chest, slow, steady, unwavering each beat. A confirmation of this deep stillness, this profound state of quietude. The velvet darkness is now complete, enveloping, swallowing all edges, all resistance. There is only the sinking feeling, the weightless descent into restorative slumber. Polished wood grain of floor reflects the low light. Deep dark sheen revealing the age of the materials. They hold the slow history of the timber. Patient growth of the ancient forest. And now they offer their strength to your sleep. The Gupta era was a time for building slowly, beautifully, enduringly. Time reflected in the slow, measured pace of this very moment. There is no rush, no urgency, no need to grasp at thought, only the letting go, the slow, gentle release. The shadows remain unmoving, now fixed on the wall. Light source is constant, low, steady, is the symbol of your unwavering rest. The cool, smooth texture of a clay drinking vessel. Residual coolness of the water still within. A moment of pure, simple refreshment. That sensation lingers in the quiet area. Soothing balm for the edges of the mind. We are moving deeper into the architecture of the night, exploring the silent courtyards of the sleeping city, where the air is clean and the stillness is absolute. The great ancient stone gate stands closed and heavy, sealing the day's activity safely outside you. Are inside the protected circle of the night, safe, secure, deeply peaceful feel. The deep relaxation, starting in your toes, a slow, heavy warmth spreading upward, tracing every trace of holding, every small tension. It moves through the arches of your feet, up through the solidity of your ankles, carried by the calm rhythm of the blood. This feeling of heavy peace is a gift of this ancient Tina world that knew the value of slow, deep rest. The breath is barely perceptible now, a whisper on the threshold of sleep. Long, slow, deep inhale, peace, exhale, all resistance. The distant sounds of the city have melted away, leaving only the softest residual huma, background noise of quiet existence. The amber glow of the oil lamp is burning down slowly, steadily. quiet vigil keeping watch. Over your sleep, its small flame holds the history of light itself. Patient mastery of the oil presser, the wick maker, all quiet labor dissolving into this profound rest. Weight of time is heavy and comforting. It presses you down into the mattress, eh? Gentle, irresistible force of slumber, the velvet silence is complete. The etched details of the forgotten world of the Gupta Empire, they become the steady, unmoving scenery of your Minda landscape of deep, predictable quiet. Allow yourself to drift on. The current of this ancient stillness and bound, unburdened, completely free-sinking deeper into the restorative darkness. The cool air flows freely across the stone rooftops, washing away all remnants of the waking world. You are suspended in a deep calm. Space, nothing to do, nowhere to be, only the simple, profound act of resting. The history fades, the stone remains. The air cools, the peace settles. Every fiber of your being accepts this deep release, deeper and deeper into silence, into the heart of the Golden Age's quiet night. The granite beneath his palm felt impossibly cold, a mineral chill that seeped into the bone. Aurelian traced the deep inscription in the stone portals, the ancient symbols cool and slick beneath his fingers. The chamber within was a cyclopean hollow knot carved by human hands, but somehow ground in architectural marvel of pure necessity. Air here was profoundly still, thickened with the scent of ozone and the dust of forgotten eons. He raised the flickering oil lamp high on. The frail yellow light battled the pervasive gloom. The ceiling vanished above him, lost in a black velvet void that swallowed all luminescence. In the center of the vast space rested a low dais of obsidian polished to a reflective sheen. Despite the centuries upon this dark altar lay the object they had sought not. Crumbling papyrus, but thin sheets of hammered copper coiled tight like a sleeping snake edge. Across the metal surface were symbols that seemed to Rithado swim into and out of focus. In the weak amber glow, the silence of this place was overwhelming, not the absence of sound, but a pressurized presence of colossal weight of history resting upon his chest. Aurelian knelt slowly. The movement was measured, sending only the faintest ripples. Through the layer of fine gray sediment, he extended a hesitant hand toward the metallic scrolla, fragile connection across immense gulfs of time. He paused, sensing the tremendous intellectual weight, sheer density of knowledge held within that coil. Of metal, the script was deeply unfamiliar, a dialect perhaps older than the recognized libraries of the lost world. It spoke not of earthly conquest or the fall of kings, but of silent calculation, of the deep mathematics governing this slow turning of the celestial spheres. He finally touched the coil. The copper was slick and intensely cold, a mineral coldness that promised permanence. Aurelian carefully began to unroll the first sheet. The metal groaned softly, a sound like the deep earth itself shifting its massive shoulder. The sheet did not contain narrative aid, a complex geometric diagram and impossible architecture woven from shadow and starlight. It was a map of the subterranean world, leading downward in spiraling descent across the superficial surface. He knew a precise direction toward an unheard depth. As his eyes absorbed the lines of geological descent, a faint yet absolutely unmistakable sound began, a counter-rhythm to the pervasive stillness. It was a rhythmic hum, not mechanical, not the sound of wind, but biological, of vast, low thrumming resonance. It seemed to emanate not from the walls or the obsidian floor, but from the very structure of the pressurized air surrounding him. The humming deepened, it vibrated along the floor, and Aurelian felt the tiny grains of sand beneath his knee tremble slightly. This was the pulse of the silent Itella, colossal sleeping entity awakened by the entry of life. He turned sharply to look at the narrow shaft through which he had descended. Passage was instantly cloaked, shrouded in sudden impenetrable shadow. The only illumination remaining now came from the copper sheet itself, which seemed to absorb the external gloom and radiate a cold, silvery light of its own volition. He was sealed within. The chamber's discoverer of these secrets now held captive by them. The rhythmic humming became more complex, a choir of low, whispered frequencies. It was the deep exhalation sound of the ancient past, breathing slowly. Infinitelia realized The scroll was not a key to knowledge that unlocked a past door, but an invitation, an inescapable invitation to descend further into. The true heart of the earth's endless dreaming, his heavy eyelids began to droop slightly. The copper map pulsed once. Moria, slow, steady beat against the silence. The world narrowed to the cold scent of ancient stoneth. Lo, infinite human, the single mandatory direction etched forever into the metal's heart down a. Beckoning into the geological twilight, he closed. His eyes against the relentless silver sheen allowing the deep, hypnotic drone to cradle his weary mind drifting. Now entirely on the strong current of the ancient sound waiting for the silent, irresistible descent of the next dawn, the air thickened. Further, he rested his head against the slick obsidian, let the reverberation of the stone claim his senses. The citadel was singing its song, and Aurelian was beginning to forget the outside world, entirely lost to the subterranean murmur long profound. Stillness settled upon his resting form. He was melting into the geometry of the darkness. The silver light of the copper faded, slowly having only the memory of the map and the deep endless promise of the cold earth below the deep shadow stretched. Long and languid across the beaten earth courtyard, the moon a pale sliver of polished jade had already slipped behind the heavy mango groves, leaving the darkness to deepen into a rich velvet blackness that only the very end of night possesses. The village world seemed profoundly suspended, awaiting the slow, inexorable arrival of Surya, the sun god Varma. Slept cloaked in a length of soft homespun cotton, dyed the muted ochre of the riverbed clay. His rest was the profound, unbroken kind earned by honest toil beneath a sky rendered peaceful by imperial decree. No distant clang of warring armies troubled this golden age slumber. Only the slow turning of the cosmic wheel, the Dharma echoing softly in the deep caves of his sleeping mind. The established stability of the Samudra Gupta lineage was not an abstract political concept, but the very quiet mattress upon which he lay, a pillow stuffed simply with dry rice. Husks offered slight necessary support to the weary neck, his breathing provided the village a steady metronome, a deep low hum of absolute contentment. A dry leaf detached itself finally from the ancient banyan tree outside the perimeter wall and drifted down it, landed upon the dew-slick terracotta roof with a sound no louder than a forgotten whisper. The distant low croak of a large bullfrog near the village pond provided the lowest sonic drone. Steady, deep pulse in the enormous and enveloping silence. It was a quiet, so absolute, so utterly assured, that it felt less like an absence and more like a profound, palpable presence. The presence of time flowing patiently like thick golden ghee, slow and deliberate. Inside the small dwelling, a single oil lamp had guttered down hours ago to a mere pinpoint of light, touching slow-moving, deep shadow patterns upon the smooth carved wood of the doorframe. A heavy sweet scent of sandalwood, incense burned during the previous evening ritual, still clung faintly to the woven sleeping mats, a comforting ghost of deep piety and ingrained domestic ritual. We observed the simple clay water pots stacked neatly beside the large grinding stone, each vessel bearing the quiet patina of countless morning uses and careful washings. They are silent ancient vessels, holding the essential history of daily hydration, the sustenance of the age. The clay itself was sourced from the Ganga's holy riverbanks, baked firm under the high, fierce heat of the summer. Killit offered cool, blessed refuge from the relentless solar power that dominated the midday hours. Now, in the profound, crisp chill of the pre-dawn, it radiated gentle memory of warmth captured the day before. The deep equilibrium of the simple architecture holding steady against the relentless cycles of heat and cold. This quiet balance, this quiet holding steady, was the true enduring glory of the Gupta years, not the flashing elaborate gold of the Pataliputra court, but the simple, unbreakable power of the fired clay and the functional loom. The texture of Varma's sleeping cloth was a rough khadi, woven locally by his wife's cousin. It felt solid, honest, possessing the slight unevenness of hand craftsmanship. This lack of mechanical perfection gave it a certain profound haptic beauty recognized by the sleeping fingers of the man. It covered a feeling of grounded the longing a sense that nothing here was rushed or artificially manufactured. The slow way was the good way, the lasting way, the way taught by the quiet rhythm of the seasons, very. Soft muffled scraping sound now moved outside the enclosure walla. Tiny stirring in the inert dust, the gentle scratching of a foraging nocturnal field mouse seeking the last crumbs of grain varma. Ear accustomed to every minute sound registered. The event not as a disturbance, but as an expected punctuation mark, a deep affirmation of the continuous simple life. Cycle continuing beyond the confines of his immediate slumber, he shifted slightly, turning his head to face the doorway where the faintest hint of pale gray was beginning to assert itself against the infinite black. Color shift was subtle, almost imagined a mere suggestion of approaching light filtering through the thatched reed. Covering it carried the promise of the coming day, a renewal of the slow tasks, the slow commerce, the slow devotion. He knew that within the next 15 minutes, his wife, Shanti, would rise first, noiselessly sliding off the woven cot. Her first action would be the delicate balancing act of relighting the essential lamp, bringing the tiny flame back from its long night dormancy to greet the nascent day. She would move with the ingrained grace of a woman who understands that quiet efficiency serves the whole family better. Then speed her feet bare upon the polished cow dung floor, making no audible sound, only the slightest compression. The first faint aroma of wood smoke would soon curl upwards from the communal hearth fire, thin blue thread rising straight and true. Into the perfectly still pre-dawn air, the air inside the dwelling remained cool, heavy, with the smell of old stone and clean. Dried herbs hung from the rafters. This combination of smells was itself a lullaby, an olfactory signature of safety and domestic. Routine Varma felt a slow, profound relaxation in his shoulders. The complete unwinding of the day's physical exertion, his strength gathered slowly, patiently, for the new burden of carrying sacks of millet to the market square. It was a burden carried, not with resentment, but with the deep, silent satisfaction of providing stability, the stable foundation beneath the great golden spire of the Gupta age. The security of this time allowed the mind to wander, not to worry, to contemplate the silent lunar etchings on the exterior wall, where the moonlight briefly touched the stone, to feel the deep reverberation of the distant city, not as a cacophony, but as a deep, organized thrum of civilization. Pataliputra remained far away, a collection of great scholars and even greater monuments, but the heart of the empire beat right here in the quiet assurance of Varma's sleeping house. The unfailing promise of the cooling clay and the slow, inexorable turning of the early morning sky, the silence, was the truest measure of the peace, the most accurate historical record of the era, a record etched not in copperplate cramps or royal seals, but in the deep, uncomplicated sleep of the common man. The breath drawn in was long, slow, purifying the breath. Release was gentle, deep acceptance. The transition from night to morning was not a sudden, violent break, but a seamless, hypnotic progression. The world waited for Shanti's gentle movement, the first soft scrape of the clay ladle against the water. Jar waiting for the quiet beginning of Varma's 9th day within this peaceful period of ancient Indian history. Sleep remained deep, profound, undisturbed by the cosmic shift toward the dawning light. The faint scent of cooling clay lingered still, where the day's heat had once pressed down upon the quiet streets. Stillness now settled heavy and soft like fine dust, descending onto polished stone. The pale light of the western sky finally surrendered its claim to the vastness of the heavens above. This ancient land, the shadows lengthened, stretching impossibly far across. The carefully swept courtyards of Pataliputra by night began its slow, unhurried dominion, and the air grew hushed, expectant. Only the distant rhythmic scrape of a grinding stone offered a steady counterpoint to sound of simple, enduring domestic labor echoing faintly from a dwelling tucked far down a narrow lane. It was the sound of preparation for the coming dawn, a gentle assurance of cycles repeating endlessly. The weight of time rested easily upon these structures built of solid brick and ancient stone, with the careful carvings of artisans, long forgotten, but whose work remained whole, intact, silent. A low-burning lamp oiled with sesame cast an amber glow over the entrance to a quiet home. The wick sputtered softly, inhaling the still night air, and exhaling only warmth and faint smoke. The quality of the light was deep and rich, and not the sharp white intensity of modern times, but a velvety deep yellow hue it clung closely to the surface as it touched, illuminating the texture of the rough spun cotton curtain that hung lightly in the archway. The fabric stirred ever so slightly, moved by a breath of air that felt ancient and cool. The temperature dropped steadily, now inviting a deep settling down into rest within the inner chamber. A scholar sat cloaked in simple linen, his work laid out before him on a low wooden desk. The wood itself was dark and heavy shisham, perhaps, smoothed by generations of hands. An endless study, he held a slender stylus poised. Above a stack of dried palm leaves, the Boshpatra manuscript rustled faintly as he shifted his weight. The sound was dry, delicate, almost imperceptible, a quiet whisper of knowledge being transcribed. Being preserved, he was documenting the mathematics of the zero, or perhaps the precise movements of the visible planets. The vast and intricate knowledge of the Gupta age flowed through his steady hand in elegant Devanagari script. Each stroke was slow. Deliberate, mindfully meditation on precision. The lamp flame reflected weakly in the oil he used to clean his tools. A tiny shifting star in a pool of stillness outside the protective walls of the home. The city settled into its collective deep breathing. Guard patrols moved silently, their soft leather sandals muffled on the fine grit that covered the paving stones. Dog barked once far, far away, a lonely sharp sound instantly swallowed by the vastness of the night, and then only the pervasive hum. Crickets remained an omnipresent chorus of the natural world, undisturbed by the small concerns of human life. Imagine the texture of the air itself, thickened by the perfumes of the evening, sandalwood smoke rising from a nearby temple offering mixed with the earthy scent of wet clay pots recently filled at the riverbank, and the faintest hint of jasmine blossoms clinging to the trellis near the window. The scholar lowered his head briefly, resting his chin upon his hand. The gesture was one of deep concentration, but also of heavy, peaceful tiredness. His eyes closed for just a moment, allowing the intricate calculations to dissolve into the calming simplicity of the dark interior. He breathed deeply, slow inhalation and an even slower exhalation feeling. The quiet pull of sleep drawing him downward like a heavy velvet cloak descending gently over the senses. The ancient stone walls of the chamber absorbed all sound, creating a perfect pocket of silence, a sanctuary of scholarship and rest. The floor beneath his feet was cool stone, worn smooth by the bare feet of countless residents. Its coolness seeped gently upward, natural balm against the warmth of his robes. He was connected physically to the deep earth, to the foundational geology of this ancient plain, the Gangetic soil that supported this whole civilization. The wealth, the knowledge, the long peace, it all rested upon the unwavering strength of the land. He picked up the stylus, ready for one last line, but the words would not come. Only the immense quietude of the moment persisted, a perfect emptiness ready to be filled by rest. He carefully stacked the palm leaves, tying them with a thin thread of spun cotton dyed with natural indigo. The bundle was heavier than it looked, holding the accumulated wisdom of years of patient effort. It was a small, enduring legacy, safe from the monsoon rains and the flight of time. He looked toward the window where the moonlight was now stronger, filtered slightly by the thin screen of reeds. The moonlight of the Gupta era was perhaps the same that falls upon your own sleeping face tonight, carrying the same silver pallor, the same profound coldness. Is a light outside of history, untouched by the rise and fall of empires. He stood slowly, his joints protesting. Softly, with a slight crackle, the sound was contained immediately, not disturbing the profound stillness of the room. He moved towards a small brass vessel of water. Metal was cool to the touch, slightly oxidized at the rim. He lifted the vessel carefully and drank deeply. The water was crisp and clean, drawn from a protected well. Coolness flowed instantly through him, refreshing the mind and soothing the lingering heat of the day's study. He placed the vessel back down with an exaggerated gentleness. Deliberate effort not to break the spell of the silence. Now was the time for sleep, the time when the mind truly releases its duties and allows the deeper patterns of the universe to take hold. He smoothed the velvet covering of his sleeping mat laid. Out in the corner of the room, the mat was stuffed with soft natural kapok fiber, providing a gentle cushion against the hard stone floor. Was simplicity perfected a bed fit for a scholar or a king, as long as the mind was clear and the body tired? Lay down, pulling a thin sheet over his form. The linen was thin and soft against his skin, woven expertly by the local guilds. Smelled faintly of sun drying and perhaps a hint of cardamom. He closed his eyes finally completely, and the amber glow of the small oil lamp became the last thing he perceived. A warm, distant sphere of light slowly receding. The sounds of the night outside the dwelling were now merely text, not information, not urgency only. The gentle, repetitive hum of the cooling world. Crickets, the breeze, the slow, patient passage of air over the ancient roofs and through the quiet foliage. Breath deeply drawing the air down into his lungs. A slow expansion, a controlled release. His mind began to drift away from the complexities of astronomy and the perfect symmetry of mathematical formulae, drifted toward the simple, comforting image of flowing water, smooth river stones, the eternal Ganga moving silently through the deep, dark plains, unchanging, utterly constant, the flow of that water is the flow of time itself, effortless, inevitable, pulling every particle of awareness downward toward deeper and quieter states of rest. Imagine the weight of the air above you, thousands of years of history piled lightly upon the atmosphere, yet all of it now dissolved into nothingness only. The present moment remains this deep, hushed interior of the Gupta sleep, protected by ancient stone and profound peace. Let your breathing synchronize with the slow rhythm of the scholar's rest inhale, peace exhale. Tension feel the weight of your eyelids growing impossibly heavy, sealed shut against the need for sight or vigilance. The body is settling heavy and deep into the soft support beneath you. The floor of this ancient chamber is cool and grounding, anchoring your awareness to the enduring foundations of the earth. The velvet darkness behind your eyes deepens a pure, unblemished void, where thoughts cannot take root and worries simply evaporate. Upon contact with the stillness, the last sensory details fade away. Now the faint scent of the sandalwood has vanished. Quiet scrape of the grinding stone is long silent. There's only the profound quietude of the sleeping Gupta city civilization. At its absolute zenith of calm, a golden age of deep, unwavering stillness. Let the peace of that moment become your own. Allow the feeling of ancient security to wrap around you, a cloak woven from quiet history and slow time. This quiet is boundless, infinite. It stretches backward through the centuries and forward into the endless ocean of the coming morning. You are held safe, secure, undisturbed by the steady, unwavering slumber of the past. The breath slows further, becoming almost imperceptible each inhalation. A deepening of the rest, each exhalation, a complete letting go, sinking down past the surface of consciousness into the smooth, deep velvet waters of sleep. The moon casts its high, distant pallor ray. Silent silver beacon over the sleeping world. It is watching. Over the terracotta roofs, the smooth copper vessels, the stored grains, the carefully written manuscripts in the deepest, dreamless slumber. World is paused, held suspended in the perfect 0 point of the middle of the night, a moment of absolute tranquility. Ancient stone remains cool, steady, permanent. It holds the memory of every quiet night, every breath taken in this long enduring silence. Let your mind rest upon that stone, feeling its unshakable permanence. It no hurry, no anxiety, no noise, only the silent passage of the millennia. You're drifting now, softly, easily pulled by the gentle, irresistible current of deep sleep. The history is fading, becoming a mere lullaby, a soft whisper of kings and scholars, soothing rhythm that guides you deeper, still into the profound silence that awaits you. Rest now, rest completely under the long, quiet moon of the Gupta Empire, held within the deepest, hushed amber glow of ancient history. The chamber breathed a silence deeper than the desert. Outside, a hushed mausoleum of forgotten starlight. We stood upon the floor of cold, smooth basalt. The air here was a different substance, thicker, slower, weighted with millennia. The shafts of distant moonlight poured through narrow slits high above, illuminating dust motes that floated like slow golden snow. We followed the curve of the monolithic wall, etched not with names of kings, but with the silent language of the cosmos representing orbits lost to the naked eye, a celestial map inscribed in ancient stone. Feeling was one of profound antiquity, a knowledge sealed away from the hurry of passing ages. In the center of the vast circular room rested a single pedestal and adorned stark black obsidian. It held aloft no crown, no gilded relic. Darkness, a vessel of polished silence, it absorbed the faint amber illumination surrounding it, creating a small vacuum of visual calm. We waited for the echo of our steps to subside and tired listening, only to the slow, persistent drum of blood. And here the sphere seemed to pulse with a negative light heavier than gold, colder than deep space. It was the repository of their final understanding, a geometric summary of where they had been and where they believed they would go. As we drew closer, the cold radiating from the obsidian grew absolute chill that settled not on the skin, but within the deep marrow, and then a sound began not a noise exactly, but a sustained low-frequency hum of vibration felt through the soles of the feet and into the spine. It was the sound of the deep earth breathing, the stone itself singing a quiet, steady resonance. Leaned into the profound stillness of the sphere, hoping to hear the message sealed within its polished blackness. Upon the surface where the shadows gathered deepest day, single point of pale turquoise luminescence began to bloom. It was not a reflection of the ambient light. It was an emanation born from the mineral heart of the object, a soft, steady glow that drifted slowly across the curved surface, a coordinate or perhaps a beacon pointing not toward the vaulted dome of the fabricated stars above us, but straight downward into the unplumbed darkness beneath the floor. The light lingered, a fragile promise, a gentle invitation into the next profound stillness, the silent pulse drawing the mind further into the unknown deep. Journey continues into the silence beneath the ancient stone. The deep indigo velvet of the sky was bleeding thin. Now a cool river mist still clung low to the ancient stone banks. We wait together in this hushed interval between the final breath of the lunar cycle and the silent promise of the sun god. Scree is the final watch of the night in Pushkala, a small quiet settlement nestled deep in the Gupta heartlands. Air is heavy with the scent of spent embers and dewfall. A deep enduring silence holds the clay walls fast. Listen closely to the persistent hum of the quiet earth. Slow, steady rhythm that has paced our journey here through the long seasons of the golden age. We have walked the slow dust paths together. We have studied the shadows cast by the long palm fronds. We observed the meticulous folding of the rice stalk roofs. This enduring ordinary life was the true gold of the Gupta era, not the minted coins nor the celebrated zero, but the quiet certainty of the domestic routine. The unchanging persistence of the small, perfect home. Now, as the deep night retreats to the western horizon, feel the completion of the cycle we began, the year turning slowly toward its point of rest. We stand in the shadow velveted corner of the potter's shed. Simple implements of his craft are cloaked in amber dimness. The wheel rests, still now having spun its final piece for the season, its clay-stained surface. Reflecting the faint light from the distant stars, imagine the smooth, cool feel of the earthen floor beneath you. Surface worn smooth by generations of patient footsteps. No hurry here, only the gentle passing of moments, each one weighted with profound an ancient peace, the quiet certainty of knowing what tomorrow holds, the same slow rhythm, the same predictable shadeway. Hear the very first fragile sound of the awakening village, not the clamor of the marketplace, nor the call of the king's guard, but the low, slow moan of an ox shifting its weight in a neighboring penna sound utterly comforting, utterly familiar. The final moments of our long, peaceful documentation draw near. We recall the taste of cool river water from a terracotta cup, the subtle bitterness of the neem wood used for brushing teeth, the rustle of the coarse woven cotton dhoti in the soft evening breeze. These are the details etched into the foundation of time itself, more durable than any grand monument, more lasting than any fleeting imperial decree. The soft gray light now spills across the eastern wall. It catches the dust motes hanging motionless in the tranquil air, little suspended planets in their own slow perfect orbit. The small oil lamp Adia left burning low by The household shrine, its weak flame fluttering softly against the encroaching dawn. Tiny final vigil for the passing night. The smoke rises straight and thin, a single silver thread unraveling, carrying the faint scent of sandalwood and old rice grain. Pause on the worn threshold of this final, observing the final scene of deep and hypnotic stillness, the great quiet engine of the Gupta peace running. On the slow, reliable fuel of ordinary persistence, the sounds amplify now, but remain gentle hushed. Soft a wooden door, creaking softly on its oiled hinges, a woman's voice murmuring a gentle chant, a morning prayer, not intended for listening, but merely for devotion. Softest sound of water being poured from a heavy bronze pitcher, slipping smoothly into the ritual vessel. These are the sonic markers of a world turning gently on its axis, a world entirely contained within its own quiet bounds. We allow the stillness to settle deep into our bones, letting the soft, pervasive quiet mend any frayed edges of the day pass. There's nothing to rush toward, nothing to anticipate fiercely, only the long, slow unfurling of the coming light. The sun is nearing the ridge of the distant palm trees, casting long, attenuated shadows that stretch and sway. Like sleeping giants, the shadows of the trees reach across the dry field, touching the small, low wall of sun-baked mud. Brick we breathe in the quiet history of this moment. Accumulated wisdom of centuries of simple living. The knowledge that the greatest achievement of this golden era was the provision of deep, uninterrupted peace, allowing the farmer to sow his grain without fear, peace, allowing the scholar to contemplate the infinite without haste, peace, allowing the mother to rock her child without dread. This is the silent inheritance we take from the Gupta Golden Age, a lesson in the profound power of stability, beauty found only in the lack of drama, a comfort found only in the slow and predictable turn, the quiet certainty of the earth beneath our feet, the earth that has witnessed all of this and holds. It's still holding the small houses, the small gardens, the small routines held in the deep, slow palm of the Indian land. Deep indigo has vanished, now replaced by a milky silver. Light, a light that promises warmth, but is still cool and gentle. It strokes the etched lines of the clay pots waiting patiently in the sun. It warms the surface of the smooth granite mortar and pestle. It finds the quiet corner where the loom awaits. The weaver's touch all is ready now for the day to begin its slow journey, but we linger here in the safety of the concluding stillness. We linger in the memory of the quiet, persistent water wheel, turning and turning, lifting the water slowly, steadily, providing the lifeblood for the crops and the people, a perfect symbol of the cyclical, enduring nature of existence. No beginning and no end, only the constant flow, the movement so slow. The threshold of silence itself, the granite archway, is draped in moss older than memory. It guides us inward toward the deepest calm. Journey has ceased, the restlessness is over. Only the slow, deep breath remains, a feather settling on Glassfield. The immense weight of the old world dissolved from your shoulders. It lifts and floats away like a cloud of dust, and the desert wind all. Seeking ends here in this hallowed chamber. The floor beneath your feet is polished basalt, smooth and chill it draws. The heat of effort away from your limbs. Allow the quiet majesty of this moment to fill you completely. Single ember of light at the center of the chamber pulses slowly, an ancient heart beating once every century. Casts long shadows that stretch into infinity, shadows soft as charcoal velvet wrapping you in stillness. There's nothing left to observe, nothing left to chase. The deep resonant hum of the earth is your only companion. It vibrates gently in the sole of your feet, in the hollows of your bones rest in the simplicity of this profound arrival. Your mind empties like a river reaching the sea. The silt of daily worries settles at the deepest bottom, leaving the surface clear, still and infinitely receptive. Listen closely, not for sound, but for the cessation of sound, the space between the echoes where true peace resides. You are sinking now, slow and utterly unresisting. Gravity is the kindest of forces, pulling you down into solace, down into the softest, most perfect bed of the earth. Amber light fades, receding into the farthest corner of the mind. The coolness deepens, a soothing cloak against your skin. Every nerve strand releases its grip, its tension, its memory of strain. You are dissolving into the structure of the silence, merging with the ancient stone beneath your tired body. The sleep you have traveled so far to find is now surrounding you. presses gently against your eyelids, urging them closed entirely. The quiet resilience you sought was not an object to be found. It was the stillness within, waiting for the noise to cease. Feel the complete surrender, feel the deep repose. This moment is infinite. This darkness is kind. It holds no threat. It requires no effort to. Are drifting beyond the reach of the waking world into the realm of unmeasured hours and effortless breathing. Let your thoughts slow down to the pace of drifting stars. Allow the rhythmic settling, allow the slow descent deep into the velvet dark below the surface of the sleep, sinking down further. Down into the cushioned depths, past the last glimmer of thought, past the final thread of the old story. And so the long journey reaches its tranquil destination. Great saga concludes its final written in silence. The echoes of the temple fade into the deepest hollow. Know that the strength and peace you discovered will remain etched within it. Is yours always to recall when the waking world demands too much. May your rest be utterly restorative and whole. May your dreams be still and free of all burden. This is Nasrullah wishing you the deepest of sleeps until the next ancient quiet calls you home. Sleep now. Sleep well. Feels like perfect rest. The final scent we take in is that of the wet mud floor cleaned and prepared for the heat of the coming afternoon. The cool, inviting fragrance of deep, enduring earth. This small village of Pushkala dissolves now into the light. Its sounds receding, its colors softening, its contours blurring. We release the quiet courtyard and the ancient banyan tree. We release the slow, persistent rhythm of the grinding stone. We release the golden piece of the Gupta Empire, letting it all recede into the smooth depths of memory, falling back into the deep, soft safety of the quiet past. Let the long, slow, peaceful story conclude here now. Let the ancient earth hold you gently and securely. Let the deep silence carry you down, now deeper and slower, and further still into the profound and perfect rest. All is quiet now only. The soft, enduring rhythm remains deeply slow, utterly still. Breath of the monsoon held motionless above the sleeping village. Now a single leaf of the Ashoka tree turned slowly. On its stem it caught the last trace of the pale copper light before the deep night claimed it. The air grew heavy with the distilled essence of sandalwood and cooling earth. This was the final surrender of the Guptadaya. Hush settled thick and irreversible. Across the dust roads and the quiet courts, the sky above became an ocean of ink pouring downward, dissolving the horizon. No harsh edges remained, only the soft gradient of ancient shadow. The rough fibers of the hemp rope securing the water well disappeared. First, then, the subtle geometry of the carved lintel above the doorway blurred into abstraction only. The deep, cool presence of the stone itself remained tangible. It held the heat of the vanished sun deep within its quarried heart. A faint whisper traveled from the distant jungle edge, the sound of a lone deer moving through the undergrowth. It was a sound swallowed instantly by the sheer volume of the surrounding stillness. The villagers had long since retreated behind walls of sundry brick and packed mud. Their dreams were already weaving themselves into the fabric of the millennia, dreams of plentiful harvest and a slow turning of the jewelers. Lathe dreams of the quiet recitation of texts under the steady glow of the oil lamp. The central village hearthfire now existed only as a bed of dull red coals. They pulsed with a slow, gentle rhythm, a deep sigh in the vast darkness. You knelt close enough you could feel the residual warmth pressing against your palms, silent, comforting pressure that spoke of shared meals and long conversations. The simple earthen pots stacked neat by the cookhouse wall seemed to breathe there. Rough surfaces cool to the touch, absorbing the lunar dampness. They stood guard over the remnants of the evening. Meal, the fragrance of cumin and turmeric lingering like a ghost. The wooden yoke left resting against the banyan trunk felt strangely smooth, worn down not by haste or violence, but by the repetitive, slow persistence of necessary labor. It carried the weight of hundreds of journeys to the fields and back, a heavy monument to the unwritten history of the ordinary day. Drift toward the temple compound, now where the darkness is most profound. It is a sanctuary built from truly ancient stone blocks. Laid with immense patience, the structure seems not merely built, but grown from the very bedrock of the subcontinent, its walls are cloaked in the deep obsidian shade of absolute. Night, a final devotee, perhaps the temple custodian, walked slowly toward the heavy teak doors. His steps were barely audible, a slow scuffing sound on the polished stone floor. Each movement was deliberate, practiced, a ritual of closure. Carried a small copper dia whose flame sputtered faintly against the weight of the darkness. The light was less illumination and more a momentary affirmation of presence, cast long, slow-moving shadows of carved deities onto the interior wall shadows that danced and stretched across the detailed bas-relief friezes. These silent images depicted scenes of celestial dancers and benevolent guardians, figures etched permanently into the unyielding matrix of the Gupta stone. The custodian reached the threshold, a deep slab of granite, worn concave by centuries of reverence. He paused, breathing in the heavy liturgical atmosphere, thick with the ghosts of incense past the lingering sweetness of burnt camphor. He lifted the small flickering lamp high one last time, surveying the interior silence. The stone idols watched him with their deep, unwavering eyes. They carried the weight of the age, the golden quietude of the empire. The flame seemed reluctant to leave the space, savoring the cool stillness, but the moment passed, and the custodian lowered his hand, placed the dia carefully into a recessed niche where its light immediately dimmed further. He turned toward the magnificent doors, the hinges massive rusted iron forged in an earlier time. He began the slow, solemn task of drawing them shut. The sound was immense in the hushed courtyard, deep grating moan of wood against stone, a sound that spoke of finality. It was not a slam or a crash, but a deliberate grinding friction. The sound of history sealing itself away for the night. The world outside contracted, focusing into the minute details of the closing gap. A sliver of the deep indigo sky vanished. Last thread of visual connection to the starry cosmos was severed then. With a soft thud and the gentle click of a great iron bolt, the temple was sealed. Became a silent, dark vault protecting the knowledge and the reverence within. The custodian then retreated, his footsteps fading quickly down the perimeter path. Only movement left was the slow rotation of the celestial sphere high above the village, the stars of the Great Bear sinking toward the northern horizon. The immense silence resumed its reign, deeper, more absolute than before. Shift our focus away from the dense architecture and toward the flowing element, the small tributary river that snaked its way past the village periphery. Its waters moved ceaselessly, relentless yet utterly gentle. The sound was a low murmuring current, a constant whispering dialogue with the earth. It carried the subtle scent of wet clay and river. Moss 1,000 tiny stones rolled and shifted along the riverbed, each sound indistinguishable from the next. It was the ultimate white noise, the sound of enduring geological time. The moon, now high and pale, cast a thin silver sheen across the flowing surface. The reflection shimmered and distorted, dissolving any sense of straight line or clear form. It was an image of perfect instability. Perfect peace. A small fishing boat, perhaps a dinghy made of roughly hollowed wood, was tied loosely to the bank. It tugged gently at its mooring rope, responding to the slow breath of the current. Its interior was dark, empty, smelling faintly of dried fish scales and river mud. It was waiting patiently for the dawn, for the renewal of movement and purpose, but for now it rested, cradled by the soft lapping water. Imagine the sensation of lying prone upon the dry bank near the water's edge, the subtle coolness of the river dust beneath your cheek, the air moving over you, carrying the damp coolness of the late night. Your own breathing begins to synchronize with the slow rush of the river. Inhale the scent of the clay, exhale the worries of the ephemeral day. The concept of the Gupta Empire seems so distant from this quiet spot. The grand courts of Pataliputra, the mathematical discoveries, the poetic flourish, they are merely reflections on the surface of this ceaseless stream. They are important, but they do not disrupt the flow of the water or the silence of the night. This simple ground, this cooling dust, this ancient stream is the enduring truth. The age of the Guptas was simply a golden layer resting upon this eternal foundation, a layer of perfected art and quiet administration laid over the bedrock of the peasant life. We feel the weight of this time pressing down gently but firmly millennia of history held in the smooth-worn texture of a single river stone. Stone that has traveled from the distant mountains rolling slowly over the centuries, its sharp edges gradually surrendered to the tireless friction of the current. It is now perfectly smooth, cool, and perfectly still. We hold this image in the mind's eye, this perfect quietude, the quiet of the village sealed against the night, the quiet of the stone resting beneath the water, the ultimate peace found in the acceptance of the slow, ceaseless turning. A silent mantra repeats itself in the rhythm of the hidden river flowing. Moving, resting, renewing, always the same. The faint sounds of the nocturnal insects begin to recede now, their buzzing chorus thinning. Dissolving into the overall silence, a few distant dogs bark one last time. A muffled sound that seems to come from deep within the earth itself is an acknowledgement of the night, not a protest against it. The darkness is not empty, but full of potential, full of sleeping life. The heavy velvet curtain, the night sky, presses closer and enveloping all things there. Is no boundary now between the breath drawn in and the immense quiet surrounding. Final remnants of light from the deep stars fade into the overwhelming depth. Only the profound deep sleep of the ancient Indian heartland remains, a sleep that has endured every empire, every king, every change of season, a timeless slumber that cradles the smallest village and the grandest city alike. Cooling earth below us draws us downward, gently, firmly into the quietude of the golden age, into the simple, slow truth of the earth resting. Here in the slow flow of history, the sound of the water diminishes further, becoming almost subsonic, a vibration. Rather than an audible sound, peace settles upon the eyes and the mind and the heart, deep, deep sleep. Now only the ceaseless slow current remains, washing away the edges, dissolving the forms, leaving only the quiet, only the rest, the long sleep of the Gupta. Earth fading, now silence, absolute silence. Sleep, coolness, descends over the skin, now absolute and clean. Air here tastes of glacial melt and moon dust. We stand at.